So I'm just going to repeat, if people have public comments to make this evening, if you have a public comment to make this evening, please fill out a comment card. The first item up tonight is item 3A, which is the Portland Metro Men's Center. So if you're commenting on that, write 3A on the comment card. The next item up is the zone change on Holcomb Boulevard, Ames Street. That's item 3B. And the third item tonight is item 3C, which is the zone change off of Myers Road, item 3C. So if you're filling out a comment card, write those on there. Otherwise, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
We ready to go?
We're ready.
Okay. Good evening. The Planning Commission meeting for June 9th, 2014 is called to order. Are there any public comments on items that are not on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we'll proceed. The first item on the agenda is PC 14-051, Metro Men's Center, conditional use permit, CU 13-01, site plan and design review, SP 13-11, lot line abandonment, and LL 1304, and non-conforming use review, LN 1404. Should I go ahead and read that? Okay. As it relates to this planning item, public hearing on land use application is scheduled tonight for this item. A staff report has been prepared for each application and has been made available to the public 7 days before the public hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to each applicant's proposal. Staff has analyzed the criteria which are contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure that the Commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. The hearing procedure steps are shown on the chart on the wall. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card and give it to the planning staff before the hearing. Speakers will proceed in the order in which their card is received. You should fill out your address on the card so that the city will notify you of its final decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed toward the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is open on each application. Any written materials received by the city staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed in the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the staff in order to become part of the record. If a person intends for PowerPoint presentations, oversized poster boards, reports, pictures, or other exhibits used in their oral testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to the city staff while the record is open. If they are not given to staff, they will not be included in the record. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open in response to new evidence must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission makes a decision with which you disagree, any issue you may wish to appeal must have been raised for the consideration of the City Commission or LUBA or both. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond, the issue will not be deemed appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, the failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or designee to respond to the issues precludes an action for damages in circuit court. So we will now open the record for the files which I've just read. Does any commissioner have any ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, bias, or any other statement to declare? And has any commissioner visited the site since our last meeting?
I have not.
I have several times traversed Warner Parrott Road for other purposes.
Right.
And I haven't been there.
I haven't visited the site.
I haven't.
Okay, and I have nothing to declare tonight as well. We'll proceed then with the...
Does anyone have any questions about those ex parte disclosures or visits to the site? All right, thank you.
We will proceed then with the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Kidwell. So tonight, the applicant has submitted additional information concerning the non-conforming use application for the use of the site was submitted in early May. Additional information concerning proposed on-site underground sewage storage tanks were submitted as well to try and address the sanitary sewer issue that were identified in the city's draft master plan update. Because of the timing of when those were submitted, the staff didn't have an opportunity to respond to those in a timely manner and get them inside of your packet for tonight. So we are requesting a continuance of that hearing on that matter for staff to respond to the July 14th Planning Commission meeting. But we would recommend that if there are individuals or the applicant would like to present tonight, that you take that public testimony and then continue to the July 14th hearing.
Okay. So are we taking a statement from the applicant this evening?
If they wish to.
Okay.
Good evening, Chair Kidwell, Planning Commission. My name is Mike Reeder. I'm with the law firm Arnold Gallagher in Eugene, 800 Willamette Street, Suite 800. I represent the applicant, Teen Challenge International Pacific Metro Men's Center. I'm here to discuss a number of items with the Planning Commission, and I will be as brief as possible, but I wanted to raise a few issues with you tonight and encourage the Planning Commission to make a timely decision on this matter. I watched the Planning Commission hearing, the last two Planning Commission hearings, and I understand there was some frustration by members of the public about the number of times that this matter has been continued. So hopefully my comments tonight will help accelerate the decision-making process tonight. I have with me to my left Pete Miller from KPFF. He is the applicant's civil engineer who has, with Dennis Boger, another civil engineer, developed what we think is a practical and real solution to the problem that the city of Oregon City feels we have there in front of the Pacific Metro Men's Center on Warner Parrott Road in regards to sanitary sewer. So he's here to offer his opinion about the work that was done by Brown and Caldwell, as well as discuss the practical solution that we think is viable. Now, I'm not sure if I understood correctly whether or not the Planning Commission has received Mr. Miller's memo dated May 29th.
We did.
You received it. Great. Thank you.
As well as the Boger and Reeder recommendations, the two items.
Great. Thank you. Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
You just called the organization by yet another name.
Yeah.
Pacific
Did you
Metro
mean
or Portland?
Portland Metro Men's Center?
Not Pacific.
You said Pacific Men's Center.
I misspoke.
Okay,
The Portland Metro Men's Center.
Just wanna
I'm
make
sorry.
sure, 'cause it's definitely getting confusing, and we're trying to keep all the balls in the air and
Okay.
keep all the names straight.
Thank you. Thank you
You're
for that
welcome.
question,
That's
that
okay.
clarification. I apologize for misspeaking. So we come before you tonight to discuss primarily the last remaining issue, which is sanitary sewer. We understand that the city has recently changed its code for conditional use permits, and that we are under the former Oregon City Municipal Code 1756.010 sub A sub 3, which requires that we show that there's adequate sanitary sewer at the site for the site and for the proposed use. So our position is consistent with the February 3rd staff report, which states that utilities, as demonstrated within this report, the sewer, water, and storm drainage utilities are present and adequate to serve the proposed use. And that was in the February 3rd staff report, page 15. So it should be noted, I'm not sure it's in the record anywhere, but the site currently has a 6-inch sanitary sewer pipe that serves the current use on the property, and that ties into the city's system. So the services are currently there, and they've been in use since the 1960s. So prior to the February 24th continued hearing with the Planning Commission, it was brought to our attention that the Brown and Caldwell firm had developed a draft sanitary sewer master plan showing some concerns about adequacy in front of on the Warner Parrott Road area. And at that time, we had not had a chance to review the material by Brown and Caldwell. What we did was we met with city staff and the city attorney at the city attorney's office, and we discussed where the city elaborated on the problem that they considered to be a major problem, wherein they wouldn't be able to recommend approval based on this criterion of approval. So what we did was we hired KPFF and Boger and Associates to develop a solution that we think is viable, and we've presented that to the city in good faith. We still think that's a solution that can work, but what I wanted to do was I wanted to discuss with you the fact that the city is required to abide by its currently adopted comprehensive plan and all of its documents, including the 2003 sanitary sewer master plan. And I have a memo that I've prepared that I'd like to distribute. Now, I don't expect you to read it necessarily today, although you're welcome to, but I wanted to provide this to you in the record. It's the original. And these are the comments. So in that letter, I outline our position, and here's our position. The 2003 sanitary sewer master plan shows what it does is there is a 20-year planning period. So in 2003, the city undertook the sanitary sewer master plan, wherein the city reviewed the entire sanitary sewer system, and they determined where there would be inadequacies within the 20-year planning period. And what we found is that this area, the Warner Parrott area, did not show any deficiencies. And so your current sanitary sewer master plan shows that through the 20-year planning 20-year program, that there will not be any problems in terms of sanitary sewer, and that sanitary sewer at this location is adequate. And we believe that statewide planning goal 2 requires you to follow your 2003 sanitary sewer master plan. And that's what this memo is really about. It's to explain how your current 2003 adopted and acknowledged sanitary sewer master plan shows that there's adequate sanitary sewer service to this site, and that goal 2, and particularly a number of Court of Appeals cases as well as LUBA cases, say that the city must abide by this comprehensive plan. There are two major cases. One is the DS Park Lane development case from 2000, and the other is Thousand Friends of Oregon versus City of Dundee. And I'm not going to read this entire letter for you, but what I'd like you to do is to focus your attention on page 5, where the Court of Appeals explains this somewhat counterintuitive legalism. And basically what the Court of Appeals does is it recognizes that the statewide planning goals 1 through 19, control. Okay, and in particular, goal 2 requires that there be an adequate factual basis that applicants must be able to rely on. And so on the bottom of page 5, what the Court of Appeals says is that a planning decision based on a study contemplated by a comprehensive plan but not incorporated into the comprehensive plan after the study is carried out is not a planning decision that is made on the basis of any comprehensive plan and acknowledged planning documents as is required by Goal 2. And in this particular case, we have a draft sanitary sewer master plan that has been developed by Brown and Caldwell, but has not yet been adopted by the city, nor has it been acknowledged by the state. And so what the Court of Appeals says is, look, this is not a matter of mere abstract concern. Rather, it goes to the heart of the practical application of land use laws. The comprehensive plan is the fundamental planning document that governs land use planning. Citizens must be able to rely on the fact that the acknowledged comprehensive plan and information integrated in that plan will serve as the basis for land use decisions, rather than running the risk of being sandbagged by the government's reliance on new data that is inconsistent with the information on which the comprehensive plan was based. And it's our position that the Brown and Caldwell draft plan is inconsistent with the currently adopted and acknowledged comprehensive sanitary sewer master plan that's part of your comprehensive plan. So therefore, the proposal that we have put out for the city's consideration is not required. However, as a matter of good faith, my client has committed to move forward with that plan in installing those 3 underground tanks that would hold any and all peak flow, thereby cutting off any problem that you might have for a 10-year storm event. And Mr. Miller is here to explain his memo and the work that was done by he and Dennis Boger. And I think he has traveled up with me from Eugene, and I think he's a valuable resource. So if you have any questions of him, I recommend that you ask those questions now while he's here and available. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. But what we'd like you to do is to make a decision on this matter. We think you can make a decision because this is the outstanding issue, and we think that there is already adequate sanitary sewer service at this location without our proposed mitigation. And we're also willing to do that proposed mitigation that we've already outlined for you.
He made a reference to a 10-year storm event. Were you talking about, I'm confused, I thought this was for sewer.
Right, so we're talking about sewer.
Right.
But what if, and I'm not a civil engineer, and that's why we have Mr. Miller here, he can explain it better than I can, but what I understand from in speaking with our engineers is that the sanitary sewer, okay, the wastewater, is affected by 5 and 10-year storm events where you have infiltration from these events. And so what Brown and Caldwell's data purports to show is that one of these 5 or 10-year events will cause flooding on Warner Parrott Road based on the infiltration. And so that's why we're talking about a 5 and 10-year storm event.
Okay.
And that's really, if you were to characterize any inadequacy in the storage system, it's that concern about peak flow for a 5 and 10-year storm event.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah.
You're referring to this last comment that you made in response to Paul's statement in technical terms. And then you refer to the comprehensive plan and case law in legal terms. Which is it? Which takes precedent?
So the Court of Appeals and LUBA have determined that in order to make a decision on land use decisions and actions such as a conditional use permit, the local government is bound to follow its comprehensive plan as adopted and acknowledged. And what that adopted and acknowledged plan says is that for 20 years, there's adequate sanitary sewer service. And the reason why, and that's why I quoted you that language from my memo, is there's a couple of policy reasons why the Court of Appeals has upheld Goal 2. And the reason is because, one, there's a policy consideration that says citizens should be able to rely on the currently adopted and acknowledged plans. But the other policy consideration is that it requires local governments to update their comprehensive plan in a reasonable time so that data doesn't get stale. And so I think I understand what you're asking because it's a question that I asked as I reviewed the case law, and I cite multiple cases where the, the person who's opposing the development that is showing or promoting the development that's showing the new data, they're saying this is new data. Your comprehensive plan is old, it's stale. Why are you using that? And the Court of Appeals in Luba have consistently said, because that's how we plan in Oregon. And I'm paraphrasing what they're saying, but that's what Goal 2 is all about. And what the courts consistently say is, if you don't like it, go and amend your comprehensive plan.
Other questions?
So, with what you just said and what you put in a 6-page letter, the essence of it is we don't get to move the goalposts.
That is one consideration, yes. The goalpost rule will apply in this case, sure.
And then I guess the other question is for the engineer. Looking at the proposed location for the 3 tanks, is that the only site engineering-wise, or could they be located at a different location? And I'll tell you what my concern is so you can kind of address it in the... I'm concerned that should something happen with the tanks, we end up with a more than 1.6 day flow event, and the tanks, leak or whatever happens, that they not be adjacent to other residential properties where they could impact them, where if they were moved up front by the admin building, they would be more accessible from the street. If something were to happen, you'd be able to maybe do a direct transfer to the city system, without lots of pumping trucks and all that sort of stuff. And if there's an event, it can potentially be contained within your property, or the property, since it's not yours. So that's the basis of my question.
Sure. Pete Miller, KPFF Consulting Engineers. We can place those tanks anywhere on the site. What was submitted in the memorandum is conceptual in nature, and we'd really like the opportunity to work with the city and find a good location for the tanks and work out the details on the sizing and exactly how much flow we need to store. So to answer your question, that specific location is very flexible. And
so it's not like an engineering gravity requirement or anything. It just, that was a nice open space to draw the picture at this time.
Yeah, it was next to the proposed building, and that's just where we put it. So we
wanted
thought
to make sure there wasn't an engineering reason rather than a
How many
aesthetic
examples
design.
do you have? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm done.
Sorry. How many examples do you have of the using one of these? I've talked to engineers, and I know that there's underground storm chambers, and that's a fairly widely used practice, but they've never heard of using underground storage tank facilities for treating sewage.
Well, the storage tanks are essentially septic tanks. So the tank systems themselves are really no different than a septic tank for a leach field system, except in this case the effluent isn't getting treated and discharged to a leach field.
Yeah.
It's going to get stored for a period of time and then pumped out to the city system. Also, as far as having a storage tank for a sewer system, a lot of times pools at larger facilities will have what's called a surge tank, whereas that pool backwashes, there's a large amount of volume of flow, and that's temporarily stored and then released at a slower rate. So the tanks that we're proposing are pretty much standard off-the-shelf concrete units. Willamette Greystone makes them, and they're used throughout the state for septic systems. So they're pretty common technology.
For areas for development outside the UGB, typically they have septic systems, and I'm familiar with the systems that they use for properties that are in rural areas, but I've never heard of using a septic system or a storage chamber facility in an urban setting. That's really my question.
Yeah, and I think this is certainly a unique circumstance where we're being faced with a sewer system that has some potential issues, and so we're trying to come up with an engineering solution to move the project forward. So,
All right. Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
I guess I wanted to ask, well, actually, I don't have any questions for them. I have
Okay.
questions for our staff, so
Okay.
excuse me.
I guess I have just one clarifying question. So, just to clarify, what you're asking is that we basically vote on it now and don't go with the staff recommendation of a continuance? Or do you want the continuance, but you want us to make an answer on the next time and not continue and continue?
They asked for the continuance.
Well, staff did.
Well, this time,
In an ideal world, we'd love you to make a decision tonight. My client would definitely like to make a decision tonight. Practically speaking, I realize that you received this letter from me today. So I'm a realist and I'm a practical person, and I also don't want to back a decision maker into a corner.
Okay.
So one of the reasons we wanted to come here is to flesh out the issues. If you make a decision tonight in our favor, great. If you don't, at least you have the opportunity to pick our brains and
Okay,
move the ball forward, if you will.
Just wanted to make sure that it was staff that was asking for the continuance, and based on that, you've given us a letter for us to digest during this time period. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions for
Got
the
one more
applicant?
question.
Bob?
For the life of me, I cannot resolve in my mind how you can justify the word compatible with the use as you propose it next to a single-family residential neighborhood. Now, if you can explain that to me to the point where I can understand it and accept it, I throw in with you, but I can't understand it.
Yeah, well, first of all, Commissioner Mahoney, thank you for bringing that issue to light. It's refreshing when a planning commissioner actually says what they're struggling with. So first of all, thank you for
I'm
that.
not struggling with it. I just want you to struggle with it.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me struggle with it. Thank you. And also, Mr. Givens is here as well to talk about compatibility issues. But let me address your statement. If you go out on the site today, you see that right now there's very little vegetative buffering. There's very little vegetation on the site right now. What we've proposed is a significant amount of buffering. Second of all, if you look at the housing there, that's fairly dense housing. It's there's still very little vegetation between the homes, and they're pretty tall second-story buildings on the east side. So, if this use did not have disabled folks who are recovering from drugs and alcohol, I would question whether or not we'd have the opposition and the typical the typical argument that this is not compatible. I think what a lot of the folks who are opposed to this are concerned about the actual residents themselves rather than the actual physical structure and whether or not the physical structure is compatible with the neighborhood. Compatibility is always a subjective question, but I think the architect has done a good job in developing this dormitory.
Well, you take a look at those dormitories and their relationship to the position of the neighborhood, and it's just overwhelming. These things are overwhelming.
Well, as I said, it's pretty subjective, so I would definitely disagree with you. And one of the response would be look at the size of the property. If this was a smaller property and there wasn't vegetative buffering or any other features, then I would tend to agree with you. Or if they were all low-density single-family homes surrounding on three sides, perhaps I would agree with you. But that's not the situation that we have today.
well, I changed my mind. I want to follow up on your concern, Robert. I brought up several things at a previous hearing regarding the design of the building, and I haven't seen anything addressed as to how to make it look less like an office building and more like a residential structure. So I'm challenging you again on that, because I don't think that in its current configuration it is compatible, subjective or not. It looks like an office building, and that these people should not have to live in a building that looks like an office building, because that's what it looks like.
Shall not have to live in or live by.
Either. You know, it's very office-like. I've seen a design very similar to it elsewhere, designed by the same person. So I know that it exists, and I've seen other designs that are very, very similar. So residential would be great. Office, not so great.
And I tend to agree with both Bob and Denise. I've been kind of quiet on this issue for a while, but you said it, most people are opposed to the actual residents. It's not the residents. I think everyone wants to see people get help. It's the fact that if you had lived in a residential area for a while and all of a sudden right in your backyard, a huge kind of a building structure that she's referring to as being placed there, I probably wouldn't have bought a home in that area, but it's still the fact that it's a structure that just doesn't look like a residential area, and I'm struggling with that as well, just like Bob and Denise. But it's not the people, it's the building itself. It's
For me, it's a
big
site-
structure in the
yeah.
middle of your neighborhood.
For me, it's a site plan and design review
Yeah,
issue.
and the way I'm looking at it is that this is a proposed 60-unit apartment complex
Yeah.
on a site this size, period. Does it fit or doesn't it?
Right.
That's really the
That's-
question that's before
Yeah,
us.
yeah, that's going to be the question for us to make a decision about.
Good evening, I'm Rick Givens, planning consultant on this project. I think you brought up a couple of issues tonight that really are two separate things, and I think it's important the planning commission keep them separate. One is compatibility in terms of use, and the other is compatibility of the particular design of the buildings. In my view, those are two separate things, and I think Mike addressed that pretty well. We're dealing with a situation where we've got people who are handicapped by definition, and there are handicapped people of all types in residential neighborhoods all the time. So you can't really use that as a distinguishing fact. And practically every church that I'm aware of, or many of them anyway, have, they let AA use their facilities for alcohol recovery programs, or they'll have programs for people who are struggling with drugs, any number of things, sexual addictions, very common in churches that are all allowed as a conditional use and are found in residential zones throughout the
But
city.
he said that about residents. We have never brought up residents. We're talking about the building.
Yeah, well, Bob kind of was talking about the fact of the use itself, so I wanted to make sure, I understand, that's what I'm saying, there's two separate things here. So that to me, that's the use issue. I don't see there being a problem with the use itself, given, like I said, the fact that these kinds of things occur in residential neighborhoods all the time.
But they don't live there.
That's the next part of the thing.
Yeah.
So
So
the-
please be very careful, because I'm feeling very much like you were trying to tell us what to do, and I'm.
At least I would never
please-
tell you what to do. You
Well-
you know me better than that.
I know that you know me, and I know that I know you, so just be.
No, I'm
be-
not- I'm
be
sorry, I
very-
came
be-
across that way. I'm
Be
just-
very careful, so.
I'm just saying that I think there are two separate issues, so let's talk about them separately. Design issues, I think that we presented some photographs, if you'll recall, that showed the character of the neighborhood that's immediately adjacent to this and stubs into it. And the homes there are very compact, very close together. They very much give the impression of being about the same size and scale of the building that's being proposed. If you look at it on the aerial photograph, you'll see that they are very much about the same square footage. If you take those four homes that are on the street across from the church, and if you were put it on the property in the footprint of the proposed building, they're pretty much the same amount of area. I guess I would say, that if you want us to look at some design issues, that's a separate thing, and we certainly can talk about that, but
That was raised
I remember you did
significantly.
raise it, and
From the
I think
beginning.
we maybe have been so focused in on the sewer issue and some of these other things that maybe we need to look at how we can break that up a little more. But we can bring back to the architect and get some more information on that. for
Right,
you.
and frankly, I have not heard anything from this commission that would indicate that there was a concern about the use of the facility as far as who occupies the building.
Perhaps I was mishearing what Mr.
And
Commissioner
I think
Mahoney was saying.
it's more to the fact that it's a dormitory, not a residence,
Okay.
not a single-family residence. So that's a different issue than what you're talking
Point out,
about.
when you talk about dormitories, that dormitories could be allowed in conjunction with a private school.
Right, but
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that issue has nothing to do with
Yeah, that's not.
the people that are living there.
I
So,
understand.
and I have not heard anybody on this commission say that was an issue.
And
Thank you for
I heard you say something about more focused on sewer, but sewer wasn't brought up until recently, as far as I remember. But From the very first meeting, I know we were talking about the size of the building. And
What I was saying was, for the last month or so, since we kind of got blindsided
Yes.
with the sewer issue, we've been going, well, how do we deal with this?
Right.
So-
But we do remember what was talked about in the first two meetings that lasted all night.
Okay, I appreciate that, point taken.
Yeah, the message is well received.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one person signed up to speak for public testimony. Jimmy, and I can't read your last name.
Yep, that's it.
Wait,
You have to-
wait.
you have to
You
come
need
to
to
the mic.
Come
come
on
to the
up.
microphone.
Come on up. You can't start talking till you get up here. Well, they're not leaving.
Okay. So I just
Wait.
Nope. You
Ma'am.
need-
Wait.
You need to
Sit-
ask us the question.
Can you
and then
identify
we'll-
Sit in front of
yourself?
the microphone.
And the
Okay.
conversation is between you and us,
Yeah, not them.
Nobody in the audience.
Yes, I did.
So you have,
Just remember what you did last time, which was
yes,
really
I'm
good.
thinking yes.
You did good.
My name Ginny Barksdale. I live just behind the church or the proposed center. My question to that civil engineer is, do you know that this year they got their house, their basement flooded?
Jenny, talk to us, not to them.
Okay.
You're asking us the question. We'll help you.
I just asked no because I raised that question last time. I just want to know if they know.
So you're saying, were
Yes.
they aware that there was flooded basements?
Yes. So after they build a new building, occupy more space, that means the water will more concentrated in that small downspout, which I live at my property, then even more come to. And this year I noticed they have pumped the water, they dig the what's called the downspout out the dirt. So after they flooded themselves, so next year will be my property.
And when you say they, you mean the church property flooded?
Yes, that's
Yes.
what I believe
The
your
basement,
testimony
yes.
last time. Yeah.
So-
Because
okay.
I've been watching this year, and they have they pump their not the basement crawl space.
Mhm.
They pump the water out, so he never mentioned the storm drain problem. I told the church I went to the city hall, got a blueprint. I asked some other church to help them to dig the hole out. They say this all the city, all the legal things, all the city thing, but this within their own property. They should take care of their own property. Don't blame the city. It's not their city fault. Well, it's not the city. City got a storm drain, everything out, but they block the storm drain hole. Why they blame the city? It's not city's fault. It's their private property, their fault. So when they're flooded, they're high this year. So next year they all take out, they take care. Then got another new building. So where the water goes to the downspouts.
Okay.
I never heard they mention any storm drain. Also, this new one, they want to in the urban setting put a septic tank, like in the country. Whoa, I don't know where they put it. That's really scary. That's I really want him to answer my question. If he knew this one, or if he's not aware of that one.
Okay, good.
great,
Yeah.
thank you. He'll have an opportunity to respond to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, are our city staff aware of that? This is the second time she's come in and brought this issue up with flooding on the property and her concerns about flooding on her potential flooding on her property. Is that something that the city staff has looked at? Are they aware of it, or can we?
I think we were looking at the adequacy of the storm system
Okay.
itself in the public right of way.
Are they?
I don't have a good answer for you right now.
Okay. Is it something we can have them take a look at?
We can try to look into it.
Try. Yeah, that'd be great.
We can figure out.
Okay.
The next person to have signed up to speak is Mary Lopez.
Hello, my name is Mary Lopez, and I live on Brookside Road, the neighborhood right near the proposed facility. And tonight I will be reading a letter from my realtor that has not able to be here tonight regarding part of the criteria that I hope has not been forgotten since we've been doing all the sewer talk, but regarding the negative impairment of our neighborhood. So tonight I'll be reading the letter from Tessa, my realtor. To whom it may concern, my name is Tessa Gold, and I'm a realtor with John L. Scott in Lake Oswego, and I'm currently representing the Lopez family in their efforts to sell their home at 18421 Brookside Road in Oregon City. To date, we have had 22 showings of the property, 6 seriously interested buyers, and 2 offers came in on the property. However, upon discovery of the potential men's live-in recovery center being located directly behind this home, all interested parties have backed out of negotiations. If you take a look at this neighborhood, you will see that the homes on Brookside Road are in a fantastic condition and are considered rather new in the real estate market. The Brookside Road Sophia Garden development was built in 2007 with great craftsmanship and good quality finishes. Just to be clear, the Men's Recovery Center proposal was not disclosed to the interested buyers upon their initial reviewing of the home. Each potential buyer did their own due diligence and researched the property the public notice proposed plans online. Upon discovery of the potential recovery center plans, all parties immediately backed out of negotiations with absolutely no reconsideration. 2 parties who went as far as presenting offers backed out immediately after learning of the recovery center, specifically stating they had no concern about the price of the home and were willing to pay very close to the current list price and had the potential recovery center not been pending. In all my years of doing real estate, I have never seen a home be so affected by a neighboring property. The Lopez's have now taken a 3rd price reduction in their homes in hopes of relocating, only to still be running into the same feedback from prospective buyers. The bottom line is that people aren't comfortable with the proposed plans for the recovery center so close to their home. This was a stated concern not only of interested buyers with children, but also 2 sets of buyers without children. My heart goes out to the Lopez family, as obviously this is greatly diminishing the ability to sell their home at its current market value price. I have countless emails from other realtors and their clients raving about the charming features and highly desirable living conditions of the Lopez's home, while simultaneously stating what a shame it is that the recovery center in the near neighborhood is potentially going to affect the property being sold. As a real estate professional, I strongly encourage you to reconsider the approval of such a facility in this area, as it is significantly hurting the real estate value and desirable homes on Brookside Road. Should you have any questions, you can contact her, and I'll be emailing this to you because I did not get it printed tonight. And that is all. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. That's all of the people I have signed up to speak. Are there any others that wish to speak on this matter? No? So, staff has requested a continuance. Is there any other comment from staff regarding that?
This time, no.
The continuance will be an open public hearing again on the record will remain open.
Are we looking to a particular date for that?
Yes,
July
July
14th.
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 Question to Tony, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Tony, by continuing this, is it going to add any expense to the applicant in terms of, well, obviously time, but we're going to, it seems to me like what we've been doing is sort of circling the main issue. Does this piece of property lend itself to this use versus all the technicalities of sewer and drainage and design of the buildings and stuff like that would just add additional expense to the applicant and his application. And I don't want to do that. I would prefer to make a judgment tonight, get this thing over and done with. I think the Planning Commission's ready to do that, based on the testimony that's been given and the evidence, the findings.
This is certainly at the discretion of the Planning Commission on how you'd like to. We received new information tonight from the applicant's attorney concerning statewide planning goal 2 and the appropriateness to use the information that we have available to us about the sanitary sewer. We have no response. I cannot give you a response to that tonight.
I would like to hear more about that because I think that there's conflicting beliefs about the extent to which the comprehensive plan is a regulatory document and where and when you can modify the comp plan when you have new information that conflicts and is more and that affects the health, life, safety, and welfare of the public. So if you have specific information about sanitary conditions on the site, I think that might be a little different than some of the more broad interpretations of the way the comprehensive plan is
I don't disagree with you, but I just have a procedural thing. So we had 2 people testify. Don't they have the ability to make comments or rebut that? And then we can close that portion of the public hearing so that we can have a discussion?
Well, we're requesting that we would keep the public hearing open so that
Well,
we can get our information
right,
and the analysis
okay,
of
that's
the
what I'm asking
storm
is
system.
there's
There's
sewer.
going to be a
Along those
motion.
There.
I understand. There's some questions that I would like to ask, but I want to ask them in the public in the hearing, but I want to have the portion where we have our discussion without having to go back and forth and back. That's what the question I'm
There
asking.
yet.
Not there yet.
We're not there yet. Okay.
Unless you decide that as a group you want to close the hearing, I wouldn't recommend it at this point. I understand your question, and we'd love to get this thing moving forward too. It's complicated. We received new information that we weren't able to respond to and get into the record, and then we received new information tonight.
Bob, I just happened to think when you said, is it costing the applicant? It's also costing people like Ms. Lopez out there who can't sell her home, and this has been delaying it and delaying it. So it's costing everybody.
No.
And city staff time.
And city staff time, definitely. And it's true.
Well, I think the fact that the city just got this information yesterday, without that information, we would be making a decision without the input from the city staff and their expertise.
I'm not prepared to do that.
I would suggest that we
I agree.
give the city an opportunity to review that, because there's, as was presented, there's a technical aspect to it, and there's also a legal aspect. So I think we need to hear back from city staff and city attorney with regard to both of those things.
I don't fundamentally disagree with you, Bob, but I want to have all the information at our fingertips in order to make an informed and thorough decision. And, having waded through the information on the sanitary sewer stuff that we got before, I still have to go back and read it again because I think my brain exploded after I got to the last pages there, and I've been digesting it for a number of weeks. So I agree with you, but I would like to get the additional information.
No objections.
And beyond that, beyond the sewer, I'd also like, I don't want to put Tony and the staff through anymore, but it'd be interesting to find out if the first person who came up and testified, if she has come to the city a couple times asking about the flooding in that back area and pumping. So that added information could be useful. So
I tend to agree with Bob in that I know where we was going with this, because there's been a number of loose ends on this case since when it began in January, and I think at some point we need to cut bait on this and make a decision based on the information that we have. And so I'm more than happy to entertain the idea that we can come up with more information and whatnot, but I think this is it. I think this is the last time that we continue this and we make a decision based on the information that we have, good or bad.
I could make a decision.
No, I don't disagree with you. I really don't see that anybody was blindsided. As I used to tell people, make sure you research everything you possibly can about this, and don't make assumptions just because there was a prior use of something going on the property that the other use that's coming in has the right to be there as well. That's not always the case, and that's the whole due diligence process of checking these things out. And I used to get constantly, well, my neighbor told me that this was here, and I can no. It's like, no, check it out yourself. That's what I tell people. It's what I still continue to tell people. So everybody has to check. You got to check it out and go to the nth degree. But
So I'm prepared to take a motion.
I have a question for Jennifer, something that could help me. Could you, not tonight, but think about this. We have a multiple phased application. We have a conditional use permit, we have a site plan and design review, and we
Right,
have
and a
a
bond.
lot line adjustment.
And non-conforming use review and...
Well, that's one opinion, but, so anyway, those are, I know, I see it. I'm just saying those are the ones I'm most concerned about. So when we deliberate at some point in time in the future, my question is, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to be sure, we need to take each one of those applications in turn, is my understanding.
Vote on each one separately?
Yes. Yes or no?
They're all, I'll get back to you with a full
Yes.
answer, but
Thank you. Yes.
the applicant has combined all of these into one land use decision process, and that's why they're all together here.
I know that
So
they
I will
did that.
To you about the vote.
There are, as I work my way through my now giant binder full of material, there are things that apply to one that don't apply to the other. For instance, we talked about some site plan and design review issues. If a motion or suggestion or whatever is made regarding that, to me, I don't know how I would make a motion that this happens, then this happens, and this happens, because there's probably going to be a ton of conditions and things of that sort. So that's why I'm trying in my mind to separate each thing out so that when I come back, I can say this, that, this applies to this applies to that, because some things that are in the conditional use permit don't apply to site plan and design review. So that's what I'm really trying to get at, is how...
But you're not suggesting we take 5 different votes, do you?
I didn't say that.
We'll look
what
at
it
it and
sounded like.
come back with the
I'm
recommendation on how
trying
to
to
proceed.
understand how to
Make a decision.
craft a reasonable decision with findings that are applicable to the particular application that they're applying for that may not apply to the other application. Does that make sense? There are things in the conditional use criteria that don't apply to site plan and design review and vice versa.
Certainly.
But perhaps you can clarify, we will be, on this particular bundle of planning issues, taking one vote.
Currently.
As Denise said, this is a complicated application, and the Planning Commission will have to decide how it wants to vote on these various aspects, and it could take many forms, I could imagine. So the staff will prepare a staff report on the newest application for the non-conforming use, as well as the new information on the sewer, and maybe additional information that might be necessary to help you make your decision from their perspective. And we'll be reviewing that and trying to keep it all together and help guide the process.
Just
Thank
for
you.
my
Thank you.
just for my clarity, I've never, since I've been on here for a year and a half, I've never seen us have to take individual votes on one item. Is that something new, or is I've never? It's kind of out of the ordinary that I've seen.
I don't expect we'll be doing that. But we'll-
How about taking one vote on the basis of how the application was submitted? The application was submitted in as one application.
Right.
It had several factors involved in it.
Well, let's
The best
let
treatment.
we'll let the city attorney respond to that
I
question.
think once we hear your concerns or your questions of what the issue is, we can respond to that. So I'd also like to, just for the record, the memo from Mr. Reeder dated June 9th, and then we also received 2 additional written comments over this period, one from Mr. Bell and one from Mr. Rogers, and those will be in your packets, and we'll provide those to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this these applications with the record open until July 14th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue conditional use 1301, site plan 1311, lot line 1304, and nonconforming use review 1404 to July 14th. Commissioner Guile,
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff,
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe,
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin,
Aye.
Commissioner Espy,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahoney,
Aye.
Chair Kidwell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next item on our agenda tonight is PC 14-049, ZC 14-01, TP 14-01, continued from May 12th, 2014, and zone change from R10 to R8 with 29 lot subdivision between Ames Street and Holcomb Boulevard.
Thank you, Chair Kidwell. My name's Peter Walter. I'm the...
One
Oh,
moment.
sorry. Yeah.
Do I need to read the script again?
Probably not, but do you have any ex parte contacts, conflict of interest, or
Do any of the commissioners have any ex parte contacts? Has anyone visited the site or any other issues to declare since the last meeting on this issue?
I had to go to Sears Farm, so on my way I found Ames Road and decided to actually drive it. So I did drive down Ames Road to look at the other properties that were there. My first time down Ames Road. Looked around for a little bit and drove on home. Secondly, I was last Wednesday's City Commission meeting and for another purpose, and stepped outside for a bit. When I came in, I heard the discussion about the drainage, and Bob was about to speak, Bob LaSalle, the chair of Park Place, and asked Tony if I should leave. And most of it I'd already heard before anyway, so I did leave. But it was the same stuff I'd already heard.
Any others?
Yes, I did go back out and visit the site again. I had expressed a concern at the previous, well, my thing just went off. Okay. Previous meeting about the intersection of,
Sworn names.
no, the, whatever that street is, and the one that's coming in by the school.
School Road,
No, this one.
right, where it
What-
intersects with
Yes.
School Road.
So I went out there and looked at that again. I also was back out on Ames, looking at the subject site since the last meeting.
None.
I just wanted to disclose that my wife is an employee of the school district and works at Park Place Elementary, or Holcomb Elementary, and just wanted to put that out there to make sure that if there was an objection, that they could state that.
I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and my wife also works at Holcomb.
I visited the site.
And I have nothing new to declare since the last meeting. Does anyone from the audience wish to question any of the commissioners on their declarations? Okay.
I didn't actually, I did not talk to anybody. I didn't know, they may have seen me driving up and down the street, but I did not talk to anybody.
Okay. So now, Pete.
Thank you. And I visited the site this morning just to take a look at the storm pond as well. So I've been there today, and hopefully that'll help answer some of the questions we have. What I'm going to do today is introduce you to the staff memorandum that I prepared to summarize the issues that we brought up at the last meeting. And the applicant, Icon, has revised the previous proposal for this development. Previous proposal was for 29 lots. Current proposal is 27 lots. Still requesting a zone change from R10 to R8 on the southern portion of the property, but there have been some modifications, and I'm going to run you through those. I've also requested that the city's transportation consultant, John Replinger, of Replinger and Associates, attend tonight's meeting to answer any questions you have about staff's conclusions of the traffic's impact analysis. And we also have Todd Martinez, our development review engineer, here tonight to answer questions about the storm pond and general engineering questions that might come up. The applicant, I believe, also has their transportation consultant here to talk about their traffic impact analysis. Commissioner Mabey and some of you had requested to see an aerial photograph superimposed on a shadow plat of the development, and this is useful because you can see how the existing structures on the property are laid out in relationship to the proposed new layout. So we may refer back to this photograph from time to time tonight.
Just real quick before you
Yes.
move on. By the school, you have a building drawn in Where's your mouse?
Yeah,
It's the little black outline building. That's the one that's proposed. That's the one that's proposed to be rotated.
Yeah, that one.
Right there?
Right.
Yeah.
And then the building right there is the one that's going to be rotated into that position.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Right. And then,
And then that one.
this one, we had questions
No.
about setbacks on.
This is going to be rotated down to here?
But let's go forward with the application.
What is that
Go ahead.
building now?
A house.
Okay, so that house is going to move to there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the proposed zoning, this is the diagram that shows that. You're looking at R10 on 10 of the lots and R8 request on the remaining 17 lots. The layout has changed, and I'll explain that. And this is the proposed layout, a revised site plan. The revised layout has been reviewed for compliance with all of our lot size, depth, and width requirements. And based on that preliminary analysis, we found all those lots to be in compliance with the respective dimensional standards. I'll go into that in a little bit of detail because there's been some testimony about that, which is going to be in the record. Staff's analysis based on the current layout shows that the R10 lots all meet the standard minimum lot size average throughout the development. We're at an average on those of 10,009 square feet. The minimum size within the R10 of the parcel is 9,017 square feet, and that is permissible under the code, which allows lots to be up to 20% smaller than the minimum lot size, provided the average throughout each of the zones meets the minimum.
When did we start doing that?
Well, we had a 10% averaging prior to 2008, and in 2008, the averaging was increased to 20% to allow for some more flexibility.
That's in the code.
And it is in the code, yes.
That seems a
Yeah.
little strange from the standpoint of if we're going to have R10 and we're going to have R8,
Mhm.
this seems to really do something completely different.
Well, that's been in place through legislative actions for the last 4 years, and you know.
6 years you're looking for.
Yeah.
I think the important thing there was to maintain the 10,000 square foot average over the entirety of the subdivision.
Right.
So it's not.
You need to be closer to the microphone.
So you end up with the same relative density.
You end up with the exact same density, correct? And then it's what do you do on those? You know, a lot of what we see are infill type of developments where you've got these corners or irregularities in the land use pattern. So that was to provide a little bit of that flexibility. So, you know, technically, if you got an 8,000, you've got to have a 12,000 to average it out. So it's balancing those two.
Or you could have a 6,000 lot and have something with 14,000 to balance it out. If you really went to
you
extremes.
cannot have a 6,000 because that'd be
of
more than 20%.
Yeah.
20%. Okay, so
This
each lot
slide,
has, thank you.
This slide illustrates that a little more. So,
Wasn't thinking.
in the R8 portion, you could have lots that went down to 6,400 square foot, but the applicant has not proposed that at all. In fact, the average for the R8 portion of the parcel lots is 9,146 square feet. So that's close to 1,100 square feet larger than the minimum lot size for the R8 zone. And in the R10 portion, the average is right at around 10,000.
Can you
yeah.
go back?
Yeah.
I just want to see the map. I want to see where 21 and 23 are.
Those are huge lots, yeah.
Oop, no. Keep-
Right.
There we go. Okay, it's where
Yeah.
the house is going to
So
move
those
to.
triangular ones are strange. We did check those against the definitions for how to measure front setbacks and lot depth in our code, and you start at the front lot line, you measure back and
Yeah.
to the
No, that's
back.
fine. I just wanted to know where they were in
Yeah.
relationship.
So even though it's triangular, it does meet the lot. We typically measure that at the midpoint axis of the lots to make sure that there's adequate building footprint.
And they're technically
Mhm.
trapezoids, not triangles.
And minimum widths and depths all comply with the minimums as well. as I said, these are the averages: 10,009 square feet for the R10 and 9,146 square feet for the R8. The other modifications, so the location of Stables Place has moved north some, which shortened the overall block length and eliminated the need to provide a pedestrian access way between Stables Way and Pastures Way. Whenever the block length is over 530 feet, we require either a street or a pedestrian access way to break up that block length and make it more walkable.
You have Staples Place and Staples Way.
Yeah, where are those on here?
Sorry. So this street coming in here is Staples Way, I believe.
Okay.
Right here, east-west. And this block length here has shortened, and I'll tell you why in a little bit.
Okay.
So there used to be pedestrian access way that connected between Stables Place and Pastures Way here because the block length was longer than the maximum. Now, the Barlow Road, Commissioner Guile correctly pointed out that the Barlow Road does cross the property. And when we looked at this on our GIS map, we did not flag the alignment on our GIS. We've corrected that so that all subsequent tax lots that are affected by the dotted line on the tax map, which indicates the historic corridor, will automatically flag as falling in within a historic overlay district. So normally, if you're within a district, it's a GIS tax lot flag, but this is a line that crossed. Anyway, that being said, the applicant has included the required visual corridor easement for the historic corridor into the current proposal without modification in compliance with Oregon City Municipal Code 1740. So this alignment is the 1993 adopted Barlow Road alignment. And we have a map which the Historic Review Board, I'm going to show you that, used, and this is the in your packets part of the record. So, for some reason I can't show you that. But
Pete, the trail isn't actually accessible to the public, right? It goes through people's property. It's just a visual.
It does go through people's property. Basically, it requires that a 30-foot easement be provided as a plat restriction on the property and on the plat. And within that visual corridor easement, there is an allowance for fences and driveways and non-structural things
To be built.
to be built, but not buildings.
But not what?
But not structures, not buildings.
So that whole trail then stops there at Holcomb School, and nobody can follow the rest of the trail down after that's built. Is that correct?
Well, unless there's
there'll be fences
other
and-
opportunities to continue it and provide a historic corridor signage or something like that in the future, which could
But you
be
couldn't
done.
put signage up on
Yes.
private property, right? If
Well,
people put fences
you'd
out in
have to have
driveways.
permission, yeah.
Yeah.
In some cases, they would request a modification to the alignment through the Historic Review Board. In this case, they're not proposing a modification. They're just going to plat the corridor as is.
I know that Park Place
Yeah.
Neighborhood Association went to a lot of
Yes,
trouble and expense
signage.
to put signs up along Holcomb Boulevard itself, and they'd hoped
Yeah.
that someday they would be able to take the extension and make it a walkable trail for the public, but
Right.
it sounds like these will be built in. There could be fences and blocking anybody's actually.
Well, but based on the plat, it looks like the trail goes right along the new property line.
I'll show you where that falls on the plat.
Just wondering, so I can understand that.
Yeah, there's a previous subdivision that the alignment is right on the street right away, so you actually do have a clear visual corridor, and you can actually physically walk there. The question I have while you're looking that up is, how does it become a visual corridor if there's a fence there?
That's what I'm saying.
That's obviously not very visible. So if I'm standing at the edge of Pastures Way and I want to look down the corridor, and there's fences there, how is that visual?
Not that we're expecting
Yeah.
covered wagons coming.
No,
Well,
Not-
I read it right out of the code.
I
It says
know,
it allows it, so.
I'm just asking the question, Pete, sorry.
Me too.
Yeah, and I have to.
A fence
agree.
does not make, you know,
And
you
a
can't.
visual corridor. yeah.
Exactly, how do you see through a fence?
Is there
Yeah.
any kind of easement involved with that?
Yes. Well, it is an easement. That's what they're proposing to plat.
So,
And, yeah,
so
yeah.
how would the easement be effective if there were fences?
Well, they can't build a building on
They
it.
can't put a structure in it.
It's
Yeah.
a visual view corridor.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, how can it be a visual view corridor if there's a fence in it, if you can't see through it?
You can use
That
aerial
was
photography.
the decision
I think
of what
it's
the code should
interpreted
be.
from
Mhm.
the air.
Seems like there's a conflict there, a little tiny bit.
Yeah. We could revisit for the next meeting, the decision that went behind historic review boards allowing fences to be placed in the corridor easement. I'm pretty sure it had to do with the desire of, respecting privacy and property rights.
Right.
Um,
I'm reading it says view corridor, and so
Yeah.
view corridor to me would kind of preclude
A view.
anything that would inhibit that view.
Pete, the only reason I brought this up in the first place is I remember back to Lois and Ralph Kiefer back about 10 years ago saying that already some of the trail had been blocked by homes, and they were all concerned, and they were trying to do something with the city back then to allow more public access to it. And I believe some of it went behind the Barlow Trail or Barlow Estates or Barlow Crest. Or, can't
Yeah,
remember
Barlow
the
Crest.
Barlow Crest, and then behind the school, and they were working their best to regain the historical nature of it, and so they wanted to make sure that it was accessible to school children and other people. And that's why I was asking if it was blocked by fences, it really
Yeah.
kind of circumvents what they had envisioned for the Oregon Trail, the last part of it. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
As proposed, it does comply with Chapter 1740 for the historic.
It does right now.
So you did mention that there will be, the easement will show up on the plat.
Yes,
Will
we've
this-
proposed, sorry. go
Will
ahead.
the easement show up on the individual deeds for each of those properties?
It would if we require restrictive covenant in addition to the condition of approval. Otherwise, they would have to refer to the plat
And,
separately.
and you know,
Yeah.
most people who buy subdivision homes probably do not go pull the
Right.
plat.
Yeah, and it would
I'd like to
affect,
see that added.
it would affect, 6 of the lots. Right, so.
They should know. Thanks, Pete.
Sure. This is a close-up of what that easement would look like on the preliminary plat. This is the preliminary plat. So it affects lots 20, 24, 25, 26, and 27.
And
23.
23
And 21.
And 21, thank you. This is the condition of approval as written, as proposed by staff, and we included the language from the code. No new building or sign construction shall be permitted within required open visual corridors. Landscaping, parking, streets, driveways are permitted within required open visual corridors. And then we could add language with respect to requiring a deed restriction on those as well. Continuing on, one of the aspects of this local street connection is that it comply with our transportation system plan, and the layout of these streets continues to implement and concur with the Oregon City TSP multimodal connectivity plan, Figure 10, by providing needed additional local street connections, and that plan clearly indicates the need for additional local street connections between Holcomb Boulevard and Ames Street, and I've circled the area on the Figure 10 document, which is attached to your packet, to show the 4 arrows, 2 pointing southward, 1 east and 1 north, that reflect that. Now, this is a conceptual local street connectivity figure in the TSP, and then the way we implemented it through development. And in this case, these local street connections exactly conform to that needed street connection. I know there are some concerns about the potential for cut-through traffic between points north and south, and we will talk about that in more detail as well. And as I mentioned, the applicant's transportation engineer and our city transportation consultant are present to talk about that, as well as the Holcomb Boulevard, Holcomb School Road intersection. That was the intersection that the applicant spent the most time analyzing, because they knew that the existing conditions and sight distance concerns, traffic safety concerns, and speeding along Holcomb Boulevard are going to be affected to some degree by this application, and we'll talk about that. The other item that is of concern is the Swan Avenue Ames Street intersection, and that intersection, they did traffic counts, but they didn't analyze it in terms of projecting, how it would function as new traffic goes onto it, because the counts were so low that they were not deemed to be a concern. The physical situation on the ground at this intersection is that it's built to a county standard, as is most of the old streets up there, where you have a limited section of pavement, about 20 to 22 foot wide, with roadside ditches and culverts in them. And I've spoken with a couple of people about what's going on at that intersection and learned that it's used as an informal area for people to pick up kids when the bus stops on Swan Avenue, which may lead to a parking situation and parking on the gravel shoulder, which is causing some drainage issues there. So we'll talk about that. But in terms of traffic, the TIA that was submitted indicates that that intersection would function well. That being said, the applicant has offered to pave additional road pavement there to widen that current paved section, and also attempt to fix some of the drainage issues that are caused by the parking and people traveling off the pavement, making a turn and that sort of thing. Now, our engineering staff would need to review any proposal like this to make sure that it'll function properly and come close to meeting an engineering standard, and they have not had time to do that yet. Next item is the off-site road dedication that is necessary, and that's where Pastor's Way would intersect with Holcomb School Road, which is the southernmost connection to in and out of the development. Oregon City School District is approving the agreement with the developer this evening. I've heard from Wes Rogers, the facilities superintendent, about that. And they have submitted a letter from Larry Didway into the record indicating that at this time there appears to be informal support for the right-of-way agreement, and the school board intends to formally act on this matter at the June 9th, 2014 meeting. We're talking about 821 square feet of right-of-way dedication, as well as relocation of a gate, as well as and construction of sidewalk and improvements for the on the school property, so that we have a full street section there. The other side of the property, the other side of the street, negotiation is underway with Clackamas County Housing Authority for additional dedication on that side to make the street connection meet our standard. And I just want to make sure that you have a copy of the email that we had included from Clackamas County Housing Authority in that regard, and I'm going to submit that into the record. And the applicant will provide an update on that negotiation as well. So the way we wrote the condition of approval for that connection is that if neither or one of those dedications was successful, at the very minimum, we would require that there be a fire connection road with bollards and a pedestrian access way if that right-of-way cannot be obtained. But all evidence appears to indicate that all parties appear to support that connection and the improved street design today.
On that sentence, Pete, before you go on, ped access if needed, is there a period there and then ROW not obtained, or is that all one? If needed, ROW not obtained.
Right of way.
Oh, right of way, if the,
Is there a
sorry.
period after the if needed, and that's two different thoughts? I was trying to read that and figure out what
Okay,
that meant.
sorry, there's a little syntax error there.
So
Yeah.
the right of way has not been obtained, is what you're saying.
Not yet. No,
Okay.
it'll require recording a dedication document and having that approved through Public Works, as well as any associated construction plans.
As of tonight, though, that's not there. Okay.
Right. Right. Let's see. Now, with respect to the drainage impacts and the drainage ditch that is north of the Sunnybrook 1 or Sunnybrook Estates Pond, there was some testimony about that ditch, which is on the city limit as well as the urban growth boundary. The Sunnybrook Estates subdivision is a 9-lot subdivision, and it has a pond that meets city standards, and it connects directly via an armored ditch, an armored outlet, sorry, into the existing ditch, which runs along the Sears nursery property and then northward. And in addition to that, this new subdivision would have its own drainage pond within Tract A of the proposed subdivision, which would also have an overflow connecting into that existing pond. And I have some comments on the revised layout from Gordon Monroe, which, if you want to pass around that stuff, Kelly, I appreciate it. Gordon Monroe is our development services contracting engineer. He states that with regard to stormwater, the proposed new layout would not affect the existing staff report or conditions of approval. The proposed development does not redirect any stormwater nor add any stormwater to the existing system. Currently, the stormwater from the lots where the development is proposed flows to an area drain that discharges to the public system. Public system drains to the existing detention treatment pond, which discharges to an existing drainage way. This proposal would keep this drainage path but add a new detention treatment pond in the proposed development prior to discharge to the existing public system. This will maintain the storm runoff from the proposed development to existing conditions. What happens is the applicant will do a preliminary drainage report, which they submitted for the record, and then a final drainage report that should look a lot more closely at the amount of square footage. When Sunnybrook Estates subdivision was approved as a Type 2 land use decision, it was appealed to the City Commission based on a drainage issue before. And the developer at that time demonstrated to the City Commission's satisfaction that the storm water pond would not exacerbate any existing condition in the drainage ditch. And subsequently, that appeal was denied. That was Appeal 06-02 of the Sunnybrook subdivision, which was TP 05-10. Those documents and findings of fact are in your record, and we can talk about those in a little more detail if you have questions about them. I won't go into detail on those, except to say that they also make a mention of Oregon drainage law and the right to drain across another property as long as you do not discharge more than you are currently discharging. So there was a lot of testimony about that in technical data provided when that appeal was denied. And I think that's an important consideration. We also had a concern expressed with respect to how the city designs its storm ponds and whether it would have vertical or sloped walls. Today, our adopted storm water and grading design standards for a Type A storm pond states that interior side slopes are not permitted to be steeper than 4 horizontal to 1 vertical. However, retaining walls are permitted. We are reviewing new standards, draft standards for our stormwater design. Those have not been adopted yet. So engineering staff can address this in further detail tonight. We did superimpose the plat on an aerial photograph to show what was happening to the existing structures. Applicant did provide that. The applicant has proposed to construct an off-site trail system on a portion of the Holcomb Elementary School. And I understand that the school is going to do a complete trail in the back of the facility, and the applicant is building a portion of that system to connect to it. This would provide additional off-street connections and recreation opportunities for pedestrians and bicyclists. And it connects to the on-site pedestrian access way, which is a 15-foot wide easement on the applicant's property. And this was not mentioned in my memorandum, but I know there's been some discussion about, and there was discussion at the previous hearing about need for traffic calming and speed bumps or something similar within the subdivision. If those are justified, those such devices would need to meet city standards and fire district standards. Curb bump outs at local street intersections may be a better and more pedestrian-friendly design, and they have been effectively used in other city subdivisions, such as Maple Lane Road and Crabtree Terrace and subdivisions over there. So traffic consultant and engineering staff input should be provided prior to that design. And in summary, we did provide a staff report based on the prior proposal. This proposal appears to meet all of our requirements for approval with conditions. We do need to provide a revised staff report that reflects some of these adjustments and conditions of approval. And we would probably do that at the next meeting. Items that we need to enter into the record that I need to talk about in a little more detail. There is correspondence in your packet from Clackamas County Housing Authority and the school district with respect to the road dedications. So we're entering that into the record tonight. Debbie Fuller, who is the Park Place Neighborhood Association Land Use Chair, testified to the City Commission on last Wednesday and provided some testimony with a petition opposing anything other than R10 zoning. And that testimony, I needed to include that in the record, but I did not. It was attached to an email, so I did not put that in your packet, so we'll need to enter that into the record at another time, next hearing. I did include email between myself and Debbie Fuller with respect to the lot size calculations that were done that I've spoken about. The applicant's lot calculations, which are the same as my own. So I asked them to check theirs, and I did my own separately, and so their lot calculations are in your paper packet there. I've included Gordon Monroe's comments from May 29th, and this staff presentation is a new exhibit. And I'd be happy to go into more detail if you have further questions.
Pete, I got a question.
Yeah.
Might direct it right to Jennifer through you. Jennifer, not to belabor the point, but a petition appearing before the commission while an application is before the planning commission, is that out of order, or is that the land use chair for Park Place making comments to the commission that may be hearing this?
My understanding from Pete is that the notice specifically called out a city commission date, and so some people attended that meeting in the expectation that the city commission would be hearing it, but the matter was continued at the planning commission level. So rather than prevent someone from speaking on the matter, the commission heard the all the same sorts of ex parte communications that you hear, and then that testimony was then brought back to you in this matter at this level. So it's going to be included in the record. That's what Pete's describing. We'll bring those city commission, that portion of the city commission meeting minutes into this record so that you all know. And then if the decision goes up to the city commission, and it will, it's a zone change, then those folks will have the opportunity to testify again on the but the decision of the city commission will be on the record as it's formed at the planning commission level. So we didn't want to lose anything, and we wanted to provide people with the opportunity to speak. So it was a little complicated, but we're ensuring that everyone's testimony will be entered into your record. And they'll have the opportunity again tonight, of course, to make the record with additional comments or the same comments.
I'd also like to, before I leave, I'd like to invite John Rapplinger up to introduce himself and just briefly mention what he did when he reviewed the traffic impact analysis. And then if you have questions for John, we can go into more detail.
Before you do that, Pete, just the Debbie Fuller testimony to City Commission, if we watch the videotape, then we've seen that's what it is. It's nothing different than that.
Well, there's an actual document as well.
That she was reading?
Yes, that she was reading.
So, okay,
yeah.
I just...
Yeah, but if you watch the video, you should get the gist of it. Yeah.
I'm John Repplinger. I serve as the city's traffic engineering consultant. I reviewed the traffic impact study that was prepared by the applicant for the prior version, the 29 lot subdivision. The applicant provided all of the relevant information, used appropriate methodology, and showed that the key intersections would operate in conformance with city standards. As Pete mentioned, there are several key aspects of it, including the increase in connectivity of the city system that are enhanced by this application. I found it all to be perfectly acceptable and did not recommend any conditions of approval.
John, when you talk about traffic, we're talking about the flow of traffic, right? And then counts of cars and all that?
Yes.
So that when I look at the intersection of Holcomb Road and Holcomb School Road, thank you, and I've personally witnessed several accidents there that apparently have never been reported, cars on their hoods, cars wiping out the park benches, things like that. It's never been reported. That's not considered in a traffic report, right?
Well, we do require the applicant to address the safety aspects, and we do require, and the applicant did provide information on reported crashes.
Unreported ones, but apparently he said there was none the last time we had it, and I've seen all 3 or 4 myself.
Then all I can say is the people who were involved in those crashes were not conforming with the requirements as a driver under state law.
I've seen them towed out of the ditch upside down. But the other thing is driving last week when I went down Swan. Swan is a very narrow road, and while Ames itself is very narrow for getting cars, I found myself many times as I go to Sears, boy, if a school bus is coming or a truck, driving down Swan is horrendous there. And I know you're doing traffic counts, but I was trying to picture a lot of traffic coming out of Ames onto Swan when it's already so narrow that somebody said it earlier, I think it was Pete, there's ditches on either side. And I'm wondering about the safety of trucks, buses, as you say, the drop-off point for kids. It's not the traffic flow as much as how narrow Swan is, especially at Ames. That's not addressed with traffic, is what I'm wondering.
You know, ideally, I suppose we would be addressing more, but we have to comply with, the requirements of the city code.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certainly, one could always make things better.
Okay.
But, frankly, what we have to do is we have to wait for development to come in along those facilities.
So my question would be, is Swan still a country road? I know Holcomb was a country road for a long time until they built the sidewalks there, and it was unsafe to walk on Holcomb anywhere until those sidewalks. Is Swan a country road still, or is that a city road? Because there are no sidewalks for kids to walk on that road. That's what I meant by how narrow it is.
Development occurs along that, we will see that the current city standards
Well,
are
there's no
met.
development that can when you've got the
That's right.
the housing authority right there. That's the only developments that's there, almost all the way up to Ames. So there's not going to be sidewalks for the kids at this point along Swan for safety. Or anybody, yeah.
Yeah, not just
Okay,
kids.
thanks. I just wanted to understand when you say traffic, if that includes those kind of issues.
Well, and I would point out that one side of Swan has a housing authority, but the other side of Swan
Right.
has multiple tax lots, some of which are not developed at all. So
Most
there
of them
is,
are at this point.
now there's a few wide opens, but anyway.
Okay.
So, John, just as a point of information, when you do your traffic analysis reports, do you actually take a site visit out to where these places are that people are proposing development on, so you can kind of get a feel for what it looks like?
It depends on the individual circumstance, and yes, I have visited the site.
Yeah, the second time I went out to look at the property, I went during school time, and going on Holcomb School Road made me very nervous.
Mm-hmm.
The buses were coming out, people were coming in, and
I was driving fast.
Nervousness.
no, you weren't driving fast.
Nervousness is good because it makes people pay attention.
The other
They
people,
don't.
I was paying attention. My point is the other people were not paying attention. That's what was scaring me.
Yeah. I should also mention the parcel on the south side of Holcomb School Road was approved for a minor partition on a small portion of the frontage of that street
Recently?
in 2013. And so they're going through construction plan review of Public Works right now to actually put a sidewalk on that side of the
That's
street.
the one, right now, there's only one house on Holcomb, and that's the lots behind it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I referred to that last time, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it on your map on figure 4 where it's showing where the R 3.5 is maybe? Is that where that,
Might be.
this one?
And their driveway comes out onto Holcomb School Boulevard when it's actually built out? Do you know?
I don't know if they will. Kelly, do you know?
Yes,
Yes, they'll have a driveway.
So it'll come out there approximately the same area where the other road is coming out of that development.
Well,
May
I
need
don't
a
know
stoplight
exactly
there.
where the driveway will go because the construction plans are still under review.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully there's some coordination between this and...
Yeah, two sides
I'm
of
not
the
saying
road.
hopefully. I know that there will be coordination with the city staff on
Right.
that they do not put their driveway in a place that will cause a problem.
You want people to see each other.
Yes.
Including all the little kids running and not watching.
John, one of the things we had some discussion about last meeting was the potential for cut-through traffic through this site as somewhat of a shortcut from the intersection of Ames and Swan getting to Holcomb Road. What are your thoughts about that?
Certainly, there's going to be some potential for cut-through traffic, but I think at the same time, there's a reasonable likelihood that they'll have traffic flowing in the opposite direction. You have a certain amount of the traffic that is obligated to use Ames because there's no alternative. So some of that can go, some of the existing traffic can go to the south to connect with Holcomb School Road, while some of the other traffic can flow back the opposite direction using Ames to get to Swan and Forsyth. There will be more connectivity, so there's potential for additional traffic flowing, but at the same time it becomes more dissipated.
When I heard from the developer that there was going to be some improvements to Swan at Ames, are they thinking of widening Ames at that point? I mean, I'm wondering what kind of improvements they can make, because that would take property away from those homes that are on Ames right now. What would they do to improve the intersection at Ames and Swan? Do you have any idea?
I've only heard preliminary discussions. I'm hoping that Rick Givens or the applicant can elaborate on that a little more tonight.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure that out, how would they have to take properties away, because some of these properties are right up.
I think they're just
Pardon?
going to be working within the existing right-of-way. Yeah.
Okay,
Right
thanks,
away.
just wondered.
Does the commission have any more questions for staff?
Just one more. Pete, is that Holcomb School Road acting as a driveway into the school site? Is that a dedicated public right-of-way, or is that a driveway per se?
This section is a public dedicated road.
That is? Okay.
Yeah.
And was it the school, the school district that dedicated that?
Good question. I don't know.
Well, my point being, if it's not dedicated, if it's just a driveway, and you dump a dedicated right-of-way onto it, is that
It's a
copacetic?
dedicated street. Yeah.
It is dedicated?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not fully improved to city standards yet, but, we're hoping that it will be. When the Holcomb Boulevard pedestrian improvements were put in along here, that made it a little bit safer for pedestrians along that section. And then as these parcels are developed, we'll have a sidewalk on that side. Assuming we can get the Housing Authority's agreement, and it sounds like we can, we'll be able to do a complete sidewalk on both sides of the street, at least in this section of the property. So,
Has that got water and sewer lines in it?
I believe so, yes.
Serving the school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, Bob, the sidewalk on Holcomb only comes up to the school road there. After that school road, there is no sidewalks, no safety. Actually, somebody lives across the street, the bus has to actually take a child across the street because they don't allow them to walk. There's no crosswalk for children, there's no lights, there's nothing from that Holcomb School Boulevard all the way rest up Holcomb Boulevard. It's only up to that point.
So what you're saying is there's already a problem without the subdivision.
They don't let children walk on that because there is nothing.
So if you approve the subdivision and improve the dedication of a outlet down there, you're just exacerbating the problem, just adding to it. Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm just saying it's an unsafe area for children, and that only buses going in or out are allowed to actually go through that area, even across the street, because they don't want children crossing that curve, that hairpin curve there at Holcomb. It's hard because the city already looked into it several years ago about putting a crosswalk, but you can't get people to slow down before they hit that crosswalk area. So
that problem's going to continue whether or not you approve this subdivision.
it's just that you're adding more traffic into that intersection, yeah.
I actually have what I wrote on my notes is there there seems to be a whole bunch of street access points very, very close to each other, including Longview Way, which has been there forever. Then you've got Holcomb School Road, which looks pretty close, and then you've got Godon Way. And are there multiple driveway accesses on that point as well as that makes the little curve there?
This is a driveway down.
There are existing driveways on Holcomb.
Yeah.
And if their new development comes in, we try to
close them?
Consolidate.
Consolidate them, yeah, okay. Well, consolidate, close, yeah.
And then provide rear access to any lots that might be partitioned off behind Holcomb Boulevard. So you'll see that before you'll see a new street cut onto
So
Holcomb Boulevard.
could you, with the arrow or whatever on the parcel that you told me that that just got the partition, could you show kind of how that, it's that parcel right there, how did that get split?
It's been
Just
a while.
guesstimate.
I believe there's two parcels here, right, Kelly? Yeah, two parcels here, and then this stays where it is.
And then where are they taking their access?
Oh, they're going to do a lot line adjustment and then reconfigure the parcels there. But
Are they going to be taking their access off of the school road?
I could ask.
It's the only place they can go.
Well, yeah.
There's no other place.
Yeah.
Just for your information,
I believe
Denise,
so, yeah.
all these homes on Holcomb, as you see down
Sure.
here, there is no other access. It kind of drops off into the
Right.
canyon behind
Yeah.
Oak Ridge. I think that's the name of that area. But
yeah.
these are all driveways that people drop into because there's nothing behind
Yeah.
Pete, is that dedicated right away dedicated to the city, or it's under city jurisdiction,
Yes.
but it's not up to city standards?
Correct.
It was done in the county.
Yeah, much like Holcomb was, it was a county road until it was upgraded.
They're still working on it.
Yeah.
Now they just drive faster.
Any other questions for staff at this time?
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So at this time, we'll hear from the applicant.
So, just one other thing, in the packet, you'll see an email from even Barbara Rankin dated May 15th. There were some questions about me going out to the public lobby and talking with the applicant during the last public hearing. Went out there to discuss, there was quite a bit of information that was conveyed to the Planning Commission at that last meeting, and we didn't have the information handily with us, and so we were trying to get clarity on how he would like to proceed. We also had a holiday in there that we were trying to work around, an 120-day requirement. Should have disclosed that a little bit better when I came back in, but essentially I was talking to the applicant on the best way to proceed and what they would like to do and how to move forward. So the complete email response is in the record for you to review if you have any questions. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't concerned.
Good evening. Rick Gibbons, planning consultant, speaking for the applicant.
You look
Long,
really
long time no see.
Yeah, I think my next application, I'm going to do a Girl Scout cookie stand. I think I'm due for one of those.
You need a permit.
I know.
Only if you bring in the cookies
Okay.
before you come in for the application.
We'll see what we can do. Pete did a very thorough explanation of the changes that have been made to the application, and I think it's, at this point, we're talking about really 2 additional lots over the 25 that could be put on the site under R10 zoning if we were to maintain R10 zoning over the entire property. The plan has been revised because of the astute observation of the planning commissioner that there was a portion of the site that is affected by the Barlow Trail. It currently goes through the house that's on the property, or at least that's the alignment that was shown on the assessor's map with about 4 unlabeled dots, so that's how it got missed. At any rate, let's see. The area that we're talking about, if you look at the staff summary, the average lot size proposed now over the entire development is 9,465 square feet. So the average area that we're talking about is about the size of a 2-car garage, difference from if we were to do 25 lots. The reason that we are proposing R8, I went through that before, but I just will refresh your memory. The fact that this property abuts a school, that it abuts county housing project that will at some point be redeveloped. There was a plan to do so a few years ago. And from my talks with them, that it'll be brought back here at some point at R3.5 density. So we're abutting some fairly intensive uses. It makes sense to make use of the facilities that are available, and also this isn't an expensive property or an expensive development. So for all those reasons, the applicant is proposing to increase the density by 2 dwelling units over what the R10 zoning would allow. There were some issues raised at the prior hearings on this, and I think I'd like to just kind of touch on them briefly. The issue of the access onto Holcomb's Boulevard via Holcomb School Road, I'm going to ask our traffic consultant to offer some more testimony on that. Todd Mobley of Lancaster Engineering is here, so I'll get him up here to talk about that in a few minutes. But there was concern expressed and some photographs presented regarding off-site to the north of Stables Place there, some erosion and some sedimentation problems that exist in the storm drainage system in the area. So Bruce is going to talk about that. I'll let him talk about that here now.
For the record, my name is Bruce Golson with Theta Engineering. I was out to the Holcomb School site on Saturday, and if I can get this mouse to reappear, maybe not. Oh, there he is. Okay. If you go right along here, there's a drainage, there's a ditch inlet, a little swale, another ditch inlet, and then the surface water from Holcomb School drains into a ditch that's running along the property line here, comes down around the corner, clear down here, and runs into the same system that our subdivision would drain into and the previous one drains into. This ditch along the property line right here is just a swale that's not vegetated and drains the farmland that's up above it. And that's the majority of the silted water that comes in there. In fact, it's probably the majority of the water, period. If you just look at the contours, that's a significant area here is draining all into this system down here and around the corner. The existing subdivision is controlled here from the developed to the pre-developed to the developed. We're going to have a pond here that will do the same thing. In the original development, they included all this area here to be coming out at the same location. That's the natural drainage area. So I think that Gordon is correct in his memo there that it's been addressed, and we're not impacting the downstream with this development.
We've got some photographs that the applicant took of the area shortly after a major rain event. It rained for 2 days or so, about May 18th, and they went out, took some pictures. I forwarded these to Pete, and I'll give you. But you can see on those photographs, the drainage pond here was, even after 2 days of rain, was not anywhere near the height that is designed for. The water was clean coming out of it. You can see the ditch itself there's got some pipes from the greenhouse development that dump into it. You can see the open field up above. So really the issues of the sedimentation and the silt buildup there is from agricultural fields, and in the future when that property is brought into the city and developed in consistence with the comprehensive plan, that'll all get cleaned up when they do future development there.
Can I ask what those 2 days of rain, do you remember the measurement of the rain that came during those 2 days? I know January, February, March are pretty heavy. What, May 18th is not that much. How much?
I don't know, but if you really are concerned,
No, I'm just wondering because that doesn't sound like a lot of rain on May 18th, but not like we've had.
That was the big thunderstorms we had.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. At any rate, the issue is that the storm sewer system there has been proposed to be designed to city standards. In our development, the one that's further to the north is already designed to city standards, and the rate of runoff will be maintained at what currently happens. We're not going to exacerbate the problems. The problems that were shown in the photographs relate to uncontrolled runoff from a tilled field via ditches that really weren't designed for it.
Have the flows occurred, have they always been at the same velocity and volume at that, from the school over to the other properties? Has it always been the same then? I mean, that's kind of what I'm gathering from your testimony.
Well, the purpose of the detention ponds, correct me if I'm wrong here, Bruce, but I think I'm right, is that the detention ponds collect the water because it does come off faster and have enough freeboard in them to detain the anticipated runoff from a storm event and meter it out at the same rate that it comes off naturally.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening here.
How do we explain the pictures that one of the individuals brought in showing the water wearing away at their fence and how much drainage she's actually getting? How do we explain that if that ditch doesn't take that much?
I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm just saying that the runoff that she's referring to is primarily a result of the runoff from the farm area to the east and from the school site. Runs down there, I think, to the northeast corner of that drainage, then makes a 90-degree bend, as I recall, and then makes another 90-degree bend. So it's not exact. The farmer isn't following the natural drainage. He went around his greenhouses, and as a result, when you repipe Mother Nature, there tends to be some issues.
He collected the sheet flow into a ditch and directed it to that location. And the real problem is in that farmland, if you go out there even today, a large acreage there is just dirt. It's tilled, and if it rains, at all, that water is going to be mighty dirty and carry lots of sediment as it comes across. And oftentimes those fields, because of whatever he grows there, is tilled and raw dirt a large portion of the year. You go out there different times of the year, and it's often just dirt, waiting for seed, or waiting for crops, or waiting for whatever he's planting out there.
I'm not even sure where that person lives, where that fence is. I don't know them or what property they were talking about. I was trying to figure out from what you were talking about. I'm not sure where they're along.
Well, there's a drainage ditch right along the school property, right down there, makes a corner, and the school drains into that area. And that ditch continues on down, and then rounds the corner here and comes out this way. And then all the water from this area here,
the whole area gets drained
comes
down.
out
It bends
there.
to the north along the, I believe it goes right along there.
Right.
And I think the property owner that was concerned was this property owner, I believe.
Did you say that the school does have a retention pond, or they don't? They just drain it through the
They have a
ditch?
swale there that's right along the edge of the parking lot that's does act as a metering device.
I see.
It's all grass, though. There's no raw dirt there. It's completely grassed.
Okay.
Bruce, you're talking about a lot of the runoff coming from the farmland. Is that because it's not planted, it's just raw dirt?
Oftentimes it is right. If you look on aerial photos, you'll find that a lot of those photos show raw dirt on sections of those fields.
So the lack of vegetation
The
is...
lack of vegetation, it doesn't have a chance to soak in at all. If it was
You can
grass,
see in this photograph here that was taken, like I said, May 18th, I believe. It's open field, just like you can see on the aerial photograph.
And so those farms are in county area, right? So they're not
They're
required.
currently within the city's urban growth boundary, but outside of the city limits.
So there's no requirements placed on them for
No.
improving.
Because they're
Okay.
allowed,
they're at a
All right.
lesser standard, certainly.
they're allowed to have agricultural use there, and you have to recall, this whole area used to be farms.
Exactly.
So,
Okay.
But the real issue is that the uncontrolled runoff is a result of the lack of vegetation when they...
That's correct. Because it lacks vegetation or solid ground cover, the water collects much faster than it would if it was like the school or like our site that's completely grassed over. I mean, it's the runoff characteristics are much different, like on our site or the school site.
Another issue that was raised by neighbors and is perception that there's going to be a reduction in property values associated with changing zoning a part of this property to R8 from R10, and thereby having a few lots that are smaller. Now, as you know, we aren't even proposing any lots smaller than 8,000 square feet. I believe our minimum,
8,009.
which is allowed. You can have lots as small as 8,000 square feet in R10 neighborhoods. And in fact, I've got here, and I'll introduce this into the record, the plat for Sunnybrook Estates 1, and it has a lot in it that's 9,100 square feet. Several of the subdivisions in the area did take advantage of the averaging provisions allowed. So I went and got from the city's website the tax lot detail reports on all of the properties within the Sunnybrook 1 development, and it gives on there the tax assessor's estimated market value for the homes in that neighborhood, and they run from around 375,000. Most of them are 375 to 425. The one house, I think, on the corner of Ames and Stables is a larger home, and I think it's shown as 521,913. Home at 15848 Stables Place. We'll also introduce into the records photograph and some marketing materials on homes that are currently under construction by Icon on development called Visionary Place, which is on the other side of Holcomb in the same Holcomb neighborhood. It's zoned R8. And you'll see that the homes I give you both copies of my. Yeah, you can get one of those pages back. Excuse me. These are the homes that Icon is building in the Visionary Place development on an R8 zoned neighborhood. And the pricing on the homes in the packet for the various lots in that development range from think the low is, yeah, 389.9 up to 459.9, and that's in a straight RA zone development. So,
And that project is just down here, just off of Hunter on the other side of Holcomb.
the homes that will be built in this project will be equal to the homes that are in the Sunnybrook 1 development in terms of anticipated size and marketing. So we don't believe there's any reason to anticipate that there would be any loss of value by approving this development. Before I let Todd Mobley come up and talk about the access issue onto School Road, Commissioner Guile, you raised an issue regarding your perception of school buses having problems passing on Swan Avenue and concerns about school kids' safety. I think it's a valid point. The issue, as I understand it, or at least if you could, I went and clicked the wrong one. How are you back there? There we go. Okay, so.
I can see Swan there up to.
Yeah, this intersection right here.
Where's the pointer?
It says Ames.
Up above.
Why is it not doing that?
It's very finicky.
Yes, I can see it on mine. How do you get the?
Here comes
on
the
there?
expert Pete.
I'm on this. It just does that.
The other click.
The other clip.
Another clicker. There you go. There it
You
is.
do your clicking.
There, now it's
Yep, it's down
There it is.
Now working. That's the magic touch. Okay, so right in through here, the
Right
street
there.
section is really narrow, and there are ditches on both sides. I understand kids get let off, I believe, there from the school bus at that intersection, as I understand it. And so ICON is willing to do some improvement of that intersection to put a culvert in to on one side of the road to widen it out with gravel so there's room to pass there.
On Ames or Swan, which are you referring to?
I'm talking about on Ames. That's the
Okay.
main. That's good one.
Yeah, you're at the right spot, Rick.
Right in
Yeah.
through here.
Right.
And there are no strings attached to that?
What
Just
and
gravel.
What kind of strings you've got in mind, but
Well, it's been alleged that if opposition to the R8 was disappeared, then this improvement could be made. Information we received, so.
called working with the neighborhood.
I was out to that site there, and currently, the last two properties on the north side of Ames, right at the intersection, they have culverts through their driveways, and then there's kind of a broad ditch in between the two driveways. It's kind of hard to see on this map here, and I can't get these.
Drop down here a little bit.
Yours is better than ours. Ours is really tiny.
You know, the mouse doesn't show up there.
Actually, you can zoom in.
Probably a way I can zoom in if you'd like.
Can you zoom
Zoom
in
in
on
a
that?
little bit. What's right here?
After all that, could you repeat what you were planning? Because
Yeah, I would like to get a little closer if
Yeah.
we can.
I think my concern was not so much Ames, even though that's a concern, but Swan has how narrow it is right there at that point.
Well, it was our understanding that the bus and/or kids got picked up right at that intersection.
Uh-huh.
And there's an opportunity, and ICON is willing to install, even though they're not obligated to, they're willing to install a non-standard storm drain in there because the whole system's non-standard. If we could put in a pipe connecting those two culverts together and then fill that in with gravel, there's a couple mailboxes in that area, but it would allow kids a place
Zoom
to
in
walk
right there.
or gather or whatever near that intersection.
Good.
That's better. Thank you.
So you're saying, I'm sorry, because we waited for that to come. Whoa! There was ditches on either side. Of
There's
Ames, is what
ditches
you're
on
saying.
either side, but what we propose, what we're looking at, and I was out there with Icon.
So
is
not sidewalks, but just gravel.
gravel surfaces, and that's been accomplished already up on a couple properties on to the east on Ames. So we thought at the last two properties we could put culverts in there and do the similar finish that they already have there, which they've widened out some of that with gravel. The pavement's about 22 feet wide right there.
So that's at the entryway, but as the children walk back into that area, because there'll be more traffic on there, there's nothing that's going to be the length of Ames there, or is it just at the entryway where they get off?
Just at the end is what we were thinking.
Once you get past, I believe it's the second house in there, you don't have the culvert issue, and there is a wider.
There's a wider gravel section in there.
I noticed that after the black area when I drove in there, that back here it was a little wider, but I didn't.
I think it continues on across the.
I'd have to look at it again, but okay.
But at any rate, one other thing I would point out is currently, because there is no way to get from the Sunnybrook 1 development and the Alta, what was that the name of that street there? I can't really read it. Altona Lane. To the school directly. All of these school kids in this area have to be bused around. The school district buses them. When we make the connections that we're proposing, then the school will have them walking to the school rather than being bused. So you'll be taking school bus traffic out of this particular.
So you're saying that all these children here that are currently here would now go up to the new neighborhood, up to the school, walk that way, rather than going down this way to catch a
When I
bus?
talked to Wes Rogers and prior to him, Ted Thonstad, he stated that to me. I don't know how far, whether they're concerned about, beyond Deltona Lane, because there aren't sidewalks, maybe they'll bus those kids. I don't know the details.
School buses wouldn't be going to this new neighborhood where the streets are too narrow
No,
or something?
it wouldn't be
It'd
busing.
be walking for all the, oh my God, they'd have to go back to walking.
I know. I know, it'd be tough.
Maybe there'll be snow.
Back in 1889.
Let's see. So you want Todd to... Yeah, I think at this point I'll call Todd Mobley from Lancaster Engineering up to talk about traffic issues.
Interesting, 3 feet of snow to school with all my books on my back.
All of them.
What book will I have in there?
So Todd, before you get started, here's the issue that we face. We've got citizens in this community who live in different neighborhoods who see the traffic day in and day out, and they know what's going on their streets. And you're a professional engineer. I've read many a report. I don't like reading them. They're not understandable by the regular person, and I'm sorry, but I'm not a PE. That's not my thing. So we have your report saying, oh, everything's great, but we have the reality of what people really see and experience on the ground, and that is what I generally have a difficult time with when we have the traffic reports, because you're coming out for a very short period of time. You've got people in the city who live in different neighborhoods. They're there 12 hours a day or 6 hours a day or whatever times they're there, and they see the traffic. And what I'm having a hard time with is reconciling what you're saying, everything looks great, not you personally, but the reports say everything looks great, and we have people coming in and testifying that is not that great. So that's what I'm really interested in hearing about.
Well,
not the ITE manual or anything like that,
Right.
because they don't know that.
Let me see if I can speak to that a bit. I think there's two pieces of that, and the report does talk about clear and objective standards, things like level of service and intersection capacity, and those are all important elements because that's what's in the code, and those are required performance standards. So I think maybe that's the strict traffic engineer side, not the human side, right? So in the traffic study, we did find that there's adequate level of service. The cut-through traffic volumes would be relatively low. It meets all of those performance standards, the technical aspects. I guess the other side of that, the softer side, if you will, is the more human element. And I think it takes development like this to help mitigate some of those problems. We recognize that there's congestion on Holcomb School Road. We were there during the school peaks to watch the buses circulate, and it's tight, and there's congestion. With regard to school operation, I would say that congestion and slow traffic is what we're going for. That's sort of a desired operation in a school zone. What we don't want is erratic behavior or basically mayhem. We want kind of slow and organized congestion is a good thing. That increases safety. That's why we have things like 20-mile-per-hour school zones. And as this area develops, that partition on the east side of Holcomb School Road adds a bit of sidewalk. This will help sort of establish traffic control where the new road comes in near the entrance to the school. So all those things sort of frame up the transportation system and incrementally make the system better as a whole. And I think we see that on the other side at Ames as well. We've heard concerns about the transportation system over on Swan and Ames, and we've heard concerns about the system at Holcomb and the other side of the site as well. So in that manner, we do offer some mitigation in each direction. The connectivity through the neighborhood does provide some relief because it doesn't force all of the traffic into the problems on Swan and Ames, and it doesn't force it all onto the school and that congestion. It provides the existing neighborhood some flexibility. So they are a bit of growing pains, but overall, these are the types of things that sort of build the complete system. So I don't know how that...
You kind of said something, the nail on the head. You said that's why we have 25-mile-per-hour school zones. But
20
we don't have 20 or 25 around Holcomb. That's 40 miles an hour. It's a yellow sign that just suggested. For a while, an officer a few years back sat there, but he says, I have no control because it is a 40 mile an hour. The only congestion that takes place is on Old Holcomb School Road, which the new cars would add to that. But coming around Holcomb on that corner, it's still 40 miles an hour. And when you have backups there, even this week I came around there and all of a sudden I had to stop because someone forgot to put on their turn signal. And that caused people then coming down the hill, up the hill. That happens all the time, but it's 40 miles an hour, not 20 or 25. So that ruling, that reasoning is kind of out the window.
Well, I'm just sort of generally speaking,
Yeah, I know.
that type of operation is what we shoot for in the school zone. And I understand that speeds on Holcomb are higher and there's not the school zone in that location. And I do know that they don't allow kids to walk on Holcomb, which is really too
Good.
bad because the school's right there and the homes are. So, I mean, subdivision in this area also provides that connection to the neighborhood from the school and does allow some kids to start to walk to school. So
That part is true.
I mean, those are some mitigating factors. It's hard to solve all of these problems with one subdivision application, I guess.
Well, I appreciate the way you approach that because the thing that, as I said, the public has the hardest time understanding is that there is a balance there somewhere. And there's perception, and then there's the reality. And again, they're not traffic engineers, and so they're telling us X, and we've got the Y over here. And, where's the middle part? If we had excellent, stellar citizen drivers in this town, they would be driving every residential street 25 miles an hour like they're supposed to. And the congestion would be slower and calmer and all of that. But being that we have human nature, they do not do that. I'm not saying everybody, but I'm saying there's a majority that do. And that's the rub. And again, it's not that this subdivision is going to solve a traffic problem. We're trying to help people understand that there will be development and that there will be some additional congestion. It's not like, 20 years ago when you could get from one side of Oregon City to the other in maybe 5-10 minutes because there was no traffic.
And Oregon City was a lot smaller.
And Oregon City was a lot smaller. And we had to bring this area into the city because it had a health hazard situation. And, we inherited the housing authority, so, I can't really look at that as any precedent for zoning because that happened before, and, maybe we would have allowed that in that configuration today if it was coming in for new development, because I know they want to redo part of it and make it nicer and shinier and newer. But it's hard when people perceive that traffic is a problem, and they perceive the development as adding and exacerbating an existing traffic problem that may have nothing to do with the development, but it's just kind of piling on. So I appreciate you're taking the time to not speak in trafficese, but talk about the things that the development may do to help mitigate some of that. And I think, my plug is everybody drive slow.
That's a 40-mile-an-hour road. I'm going to go 40.
Yeah.
Ish.
Along those lines, I would note that my client has said, that if need be, or if it's perceived as being desired, we could do some traffic calming stuff like was suggested by staff in terms of speed humps or chokers or whatever to, kind of slow things down through the new development.
I don't think it would hurt. I mean, I think it would help towards mitigating, and you really can't drive over those things very fast. I mean, people try them, but that they do it at their own peril.
But you couldn't put it on Holcomb Boulevard, a 40-mile-an-hour road. It has to be there.
Maybe
this is where the speeding is taking
maybe
place.
you go out in the middle of the night and you just sort of fix that there. I don't know. Think about it.
I'm one of those
Rick, the thing I like about your idea of the speed calming through the neighborhood is it would tend to discourage cut-through traffic.
Yeah.
So only people from that neighborhood would be likely to be using that road on a regular basis.
We're willing to work with staff to come up with whatever seems like the most appropriate way to do that. No objection to that.
I would like to add, and this is a point that John Lewis has made from time to time. Sometimes we have traffic issues which are unrelated to development. They're part of existing development, and the Transportation Advisory Committee can assist with those separate issues, whether it be recommendations for traffic calming or safe routes for schools. And we feel that some of these problems that are existing today are probably best addressed through the Transportation Advisory Committee, because we don't know when and if development might occur to partially resolve an issue, at least with respect to improvements abutting that street or that intersection.
Well, how about this as a referral to them on Swan and Ames? I'm
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with them putting in some traffic calming on Pasture Way or whatever it is to help. It'll help the people who are going to live there.
Rick, do you have any more to present?
Just a little more comment about this intersection, and Pete was talking about the minimum would be a emergency vehicle access. In reality, the school board is considering the matter tonight, and the email from Wes Rogers this morning to Pete says, I'm out of town at a conference, and we have a school board meeting tonight. Unfortunately, there will not be a district representative attend tonight. Talking about this meeting, we fully expect the school board to formally approve the resolution tonight, and I'm confident they will. And I would point out that, assuming that happens, that even if something were to prevent the completion of this little corner from the county project, there'd be enough room in here for the half street plus 10 intersection. I'm very confident we will have that at a minimum. My conversations with the housing people, it's just slow getting things through Chicago and HUD. And so their staff is supportive of it still, but I just can't tell you that we've made any progress. It's just going to take some time. Well, like I say, I think the minimum would be a half street plus 10 intersection there. And I fully really expect that they'll give it, because otherwise, when they want to redevelop their project, they're going to have to do the improvement themselves, since they would have frontage on it at that point.
Do you have any objection to having the lots that the corridor goes through not only be on the plat, but that be a part of the deed documents?
What does that mean?
Want a restrictive covenant to be recorded with the...
Well, just so it's on the deed, that way those people know when they buy those lots that is there.
I have no idea of the legal requirements relating to that. Assuming it's legal to do so, but
Okay, well, see what you can do about it, because I'm going to add it as a condition.
Okay. You have any thoughts on that, Jennifer?
We can
We can look into that and drop something.
Yeah, disclosure is not a problem.
Yeah, because even though it's on the plat, again, most people who buy a piece of property, they don't go pull the plat for the subdivision and say, oh, look at
garden
that.
shed back there, I understand.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah. I don't think we have any objection to it as long as the
Okay.
mechanism is legal.
All right, well, let's get on with the public testimony.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a number of people who have signed up for public testimony, and we'll go through those in the order that I've received those. I would request that we'll be keeping a timer for each person to adhere to the 3-minute time frame for each person.
Except for the neighborhood association.
Unless you're representing the neighborhood association. That will allow us to get out of here before
Well, we already know what
midnight.
happens, so.
So the first person to be speaking will be Michael Shaw.
Michael.
Mike Shaw.
Come on down, Mike. Michael Shaw, he said. Yeah, I can hear.
Hello, I'm resident of Morgan City.
Your name, please?
I don't know where to put this in. I don't see the spot why there is. Yeah.
Probably better talk
Pete.
to Pete. Pete, help.
Well, but I don't know where to go in and out.
Kelly.
Anyway, I was going to talk about 3 things. One
Sir,
of them
your
is
name for the
Holcomb
record.
Boulevard.
Your name for the
You need
record.
to state your
Michael
name.
Shaw.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, what's that?
Do you need to open something?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to talk about what's up here, and I have some photos, but there's a lot of traffic on that road.
Which
the short
road?
road is more of a driveway, but it's called a road.
Which road are you talking about, Holcomb School Road?
The Holcomb School Road. And at 2 o'clock, there's like 13 buses roll in. There's no way to get out of there. I drove over there and watched one day. Parents don't want to pick kids up to take them for appointments or something, have to park on that street and walk in. It's just a real mess. It's really kind of scary. Something should be done to make that safer, a lot safer. It is I don't know how to, if I can go to, no, I can't. Anyway, I don't know how to make it safer unless it was a lot wider.
Kelly,
more
can you help him
control.
with his pictures?
It's a blind intersection coming in there. If you go up Holcomb and come back south, you can't see on trash day, you couldn't see the trash cans sitting there. Trash cans 3.5, 4 feet tall. If you want to exit off of that road, you have to drive through, okay, thank you, but you need to go the other way, right? Are in the wrong spot here. There we go. So we're talking about right there. You can see it's a dead intersection. You got to pull out past the crosswalk just to be able to see up the road for traffic. Go back one. You can see right here, it's blind. Okay, let's go back here. This is my street, R10. This is in Oregon City also. That's an R10. That's an R8. There's no room to park the cars on the off of the sidewalk. It's just, this is 10 minutes apart today, at 5 o'clock. That's all right. That's what it looks like. So it's crowded. It's crowded like this room right now. This is Ames. There's a trash truck. I got to pull over when the tractor comes by. And we have the ditch that everybody's talking about, the drainage ditch. This is the ditch that goes down, floods the house down here. There's one pond, and that's a retention pond. Everybody keeps talking about a flood control. That is not meant to control water. It's meant to take the pollutants out of what runs off those streets, off those houses, off those lawns, and perk it into the soil. When you get a quarter of an inch of rain in one day, it's flowing straight through already. It's not holding any water in.
Michael, if you can conclude your...
They're designed just to take what flushes off of the street. When it rains, it just goes straight through them. They're meant to go straight through. That drain comes out, goes off of there's a drain coming down off of the street or all the way out, and there's a gate right here, a water gate. Water does not even flow the other way unless it's running really hard. I guess that's about it. I thought I had some more, but anyway.
Thank you.
It's, yeah. I hope we can cut some of the RAs back to 10s, but I don't think it's going to happen. But we'll see what happens.
Michael, your time's expired.
My
If you
time's
could
expired?
Yes, thank you.
My other idea was the Barlow Road instead of a path into the school.
Thank you.
They're going to need a copy of that. If you could give them the disc, they'll make a quick copy of your pictures for the record.
Okay, sure.
The next person speaking is Shirley Patton.
You may want to bring people up two at a time. That might be faster.
Hi, my name is Shirley Patton. I live on this property that has the drainage problem right alongside the ditch. I had my speech already here, but after listening to ICON speak and hearing what they had to say, you know, they say it shouldn't. Studies say. I'm reality. I'm proof that it has added to the problem. We had that drainage ditch for years before Sunnybrook subdivision was built. And after that subdivision was put in, the water problem got worse. We didn't have any problem with water literally coming onto our property. I told you last time we were here, it flooded our basement 3 times in 2 years. And another problem I forgot about, and we've dealt with this all ourselves, that's fine. We took care of our problems. At one point, the ditch, you know, the problem is when it rains heavy and soaks the ground, then the ditch gets full and it runs to the top and it overflowed the edge into our pasture. And we had to sandbag, not once, but twice, to get it to stop. And we have since dumped dirt out there to keep that from happening again. The fact is, that subdivision behind us added to the problem. And now ICON wants to put 3 times the amount of houses again and add how much more to the problem? I mean, when's someone going to make the stop for us? Why do we have to deal with this? Why doesn't someone have to do something about this? Just because we're in the line of the natural flow of water? I mean, this is a financial cost to us. Somebody needs, you know, I can't imagine anybody not thinking that adding 3 times the amount of houses, what this is going to do to that ditch after years of that much water running through it. You saw the front part of the ditch, what it's doing. Our property line is washed away. I want my property line back. You know, how much has that devalued our property? I mean, it has to be adding to the problem. I just can't believe it. Anyone think that it's not adding to the problem? Why are they draining it into the ditch if it's not going to add to the problem? And the problem is when it rains, heavy.
Can I ask a question, Shirley?
Yes.
Could you possibly put the map back up so I can see, we can see where her house actually is? The developers have indicated that the runoff has been going there anyway from the fields and the school, and all that adds to it anyway, and that their new development won't add to that.
We had years of that ditch before they put that development in and didn't have as much of a problem as we had after they added that development.
Which of these homes up here is your,
You see the greenhouses?
yes?
See the field to the left of it? Just to the left?
The
of
green,
all those nursery greenhouses?
yes?
That field just to the left of it?
The green as opposed to the
The
brown.
green as opposed to the brown, right?
Correct. That's the back of our field. That's the back line of our property. Our property goes straight forward to Forsyth Road.
Okay.
And that's where that ditch runs, all along our property right there, straight forward to the front of the road, Forsyth Road.
I don't know, and you may not know this, where does that ditch ultimately flow into? Or does it just keep flowing out to, down a hill? to
Up
Tucker?
front at the road, there's 3 culverts that go underneath the road. On the other side of the road is a gully with a stream running down through there. And so all that water's running in on the other side of the road.
Okay. I'm watching these maps change.
Yeah.
So again, the developers indicated that all this water from this area, and a lot of it comes from the school anyway, but you're contesting that and saying that a new development, because of all the impervious areas, would add to your
It
problem.
has added to it, yes. And
Well, I think what the developer is saying is that the amount of runoff that's coming from this site will not increase.
That's what I was trying to, yeah.
As a result of this development, because they're building a retention pond, and the retention pond will hold any increase in the drainage so that it won't increase the flow off-site.
But you contend that it
have
will.
you seen the detention pond?
No, this is not an existing pond. This is part of the new development.
I think she's talking about Sunnybrook.
But the runoff from that one's going to run into the other one that drains into the ditch.
That's what's been said.
Well, the detention pond, I mean, it's minimal. It holds minimal water, and then it runs into the ditch. So when it rains hard and the ground is soaked, all the water that's going into that detention pond, because it can't hold anymore, it's minimal. I mean, I was surprised when I went over and looked at it. It's not deep at all. I mean, it's really shallow. It runs in, you know, the grate. They have a grate that it runs into, and it runs through, and it goes into the ditch.
And you're saying that much like when it rains heavily for several weeks at a time, and the ground gets saturated, as opposed to May 18th, and we had a
when
nice
the ditch
early
runs
May,
full, yeah.
and then a few days of rain wouldn't have impacted it the same as what you say is saturation. Okay.
And our house. How many years did we live there with all of that? And it never bothered the front of our property except for that ditch because of the water running in it. I mean, our backyard sunk.
It what?
Our backyard sunk.
Sunk, okay.
And we had to fill it full of dirt to try to level it out a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person to speak will be Bob LaSalle.
My name is Bob LaSalle. I'm a citizen of Oregon City. I want to address something that hasn't been addressed before. You've heard all the comments from the citizens and the people that live in the area, but I'd like to try to address the issue of fairness for all the sides in this whole procedure. During the opening presentation of last meeting, the developer was given as much time as he wanted to give his presentation, which ended up being 38 minutes. Public testimony was allowed 3 minutes apiece, and that totaled 36 minutes. The developer at the end was allowed a rebuttal
time of 5 minutes actually took 22 minutes, with questions, of course, but it's still way over his allowed 5 minutes. It seems like in a case like this, the neighbors should be given additional time to make it a fair process, and I don't know how you would get about doing that. At this time, I'd like to offer to you a list of the lot discrepancies, because from the developer's plans, there are so many discrepancies between the lot dimensions on the map and the developer's square feet listed, and then you take the width and depth, get the square feet from the lot list. There's nothing that matches up hardly at all. There may be 3 or 4 of all those lots that actually coincide with what everything says. So those discrepancies, if it were I presenting detailed information to a group like you, the commissioners, I would certainly make sure that all my ducks are in a row. I've also, I'm not an expert planner by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll pass on my idea of what they could do to retain all these lots as R10. If the developer keeps all the lots as R10, that would solve one big problem with the neighbors. If you do decide that those lots would be able to retain an R8 designation, I would ask that you have the developer retain the R8 front clearance, so that at least the front of the lots would be further back from the street according to R10 zoning standards.
So just to clarify, you're suggesting that if the R8 is approved, that the developer would maintain the R10 setback from the front?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and I think this would help the appearance greatly. So, and one statement made earlier was that nervous is good. So you people on the commission must be feeling pretty good about now. I know I would. Thank you.
Are you saying that we're nervous?
I would be.
Thank you. And the next person to speak is Gary Martin.
Good evening. My name's Gary Martin. I live on Altona Lane, and I've been. This is my second hearing that I've been to. I have never been to a planning commission before. I do echo what Mr. LaSalle said about the equity of the time issue. I too noticed last time that the buzzer went off for the 5-minute rebuttal, and that the developer simply waved that off and stayed here and said he even had someone else to speak. And as a citizen, I didn't think that was right. So I appreciate Mr. LaSalle raising that issue. I'm assuming that there is going to be development here, and I can live with that. I'm okay with that. So the question for me becomes, is it going to be R8 or R10? And after listening to everything that I've heard at the hearing and reading the materials, it seems to me that it's a fairly easy call based upon the water and the road width and the traffic and the safety and the property values, that there's a far more compelling argument that it remain R10 than it be R8, because the more homes is just going to exacerbate that. And in terms of the process, I assume that the person who's requesting the exception probably has some burden to show that the exception is a better idea than retaining the current zoning. And I would assert that that burden has not been met here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next person to speak is Stephen Brower.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Brower. I live on Ames Street, directly abutting the development here. I've been one person that I'm definitely in favor of keeping R10. I've also asserted my desire to even block the development for the reason of safety. History books are littered with decisions that have been made and events that have happened afterwards, and hindsight has been a blessing to us in being able to analyze our decisions. And although there are plenty of examples that have come through on the traffic safety and the water retention ponds and the development that's going to happen and how it won't affect the rest of the neighborhood, that's theory right now. And we all know that after it's developed, it's too late, and that's reality, and that's when our hindsight will come in to say, are the calculations correct? Were the decisions that we made good? It's too late at that point. You have the entire neighborhood here coming before you to testify. In reality, we are living this situation. We see it on a daily basis. We have neighbors that have been here for 20 plus years that never had any issues with the water and flooding until the development came. But all the calculations and all the reports say, well, it works fine. That's theory. And right now, this development is theory, and everything says, according to the books, it meets standards and it will work. Once it's developed, it's too late. So what I'm asking is that, yes, keep R10. If that property is going to be developed, which unfortunately my other premise of trying to block it, I know is grim, but I still will state it. For the safety of the entire neighborhood and for everything that's being proposed, the reality is I do not believe that it's going to work the way that they say it's going to work. And after it's developed, it's too late. And we need people, we need you as the Planning Commission to stand up for the community and say it's not right. And just because it's being built and developed to code, that doesn't mean that's a good thing and that's going to work. Codes are minimums. It can always go above codes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Debbie Fuller.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Debbie Fuller. I live on Ames Street, and I'm the one that gave the paperwork to the City Commission last week. I was told that it was okay to do that as long as I had the originals tonight, which I do, and I have a copy for each one of you. This is the petition to retain the current R10 zoning.
We actually have that.
There's actually more signatures on
Okay,
this one.
more. Okay.
Yeah.
We'd love it then.
Okay. So I am still advocating the R10. I still appreciate quality of life in my neighborhood. I still appreciate the fact that we can go outside and not just, I live on a very large lot, well, almost 2 acres. We have neighbors abutting us that have 1 and 2 acres as well. One of our concerns, I think, is if this does get changed to R8. The original proposal by Mr. Handress was R6, and we are leery of setting a precedence, and a precedence of changing the zone to R8, eventually developers in the future coming in and trying to either change the zone from R8 to R6 to build more homes, or to just infill with more R8s. And that's why the petition has been signed by several of the neighbors in the neighborhood, just to prove this, to prove that we're really serious about our feelings. Mr. Handress did make a couple of calls to Woody Behrens and Gary Martin, and the feeling we got was that he was making a proposal to, if he could get the neighborhood to agree to R8, he would indeed improve Ames Street at Woody Behrens' property, which is at the corner of Ames and Swan. We have not seen any plans to do that, and if he's saying he's going to gravel it, which is what I just heard, I don't believe that covering up 2 or 3 different sizes of pipe that are in that current ditch and then graveling over it is going to suffice for the impact on traffic. My husband has tractors. He tows tractors on long trailers. Some other neighbors in the neighborhood do the same. I can't see turning that corner and not destroying that gravel over time, if it's just gravel. And if you're going to improve it, why not bring it up to city code? So that's my other point. And then tonight, I wanted to make sure I get this point in. Tonight, my husband and I went out to Holcomb School Road. It was about 6 o'clock. And I did have a video, but just as soon as I went to put the video in to download it, my iPad completely died. So I couldn't do that. And I apologize for that because I thought it was really important. The one thing that we noticed as you come around the corner on Holcomb Boulevard towards Holcomb School Road is you can hear the cars going pretty fast. They slow down enough, and then once they hit that open space again right in front of the school road, they accelerate. That's one thing that I noticed tonight. And then coming down the hill and going around the corner, they're going 40. And we witnessed 3 or 4 cars trying to turn in, and people having to slam on their brakes to wait for those that were turning left into the school road. Let's see here. So I guess that's about all the time I have, but thank you for listening, and appreciate your support if you can help us out. This is a great neighborhood to live in, and we're just trying to protect ourselves.
Thank you. And
Okay.
if you're able to get your iPad to work for the next meeting, you could bring your video.
Okay. Thank you very
I'd
much.
ask that you give that to staff ahead of time, please.
Okay.
Thank
will
you.
do.
Thank you.
And you've got the petitions.
Yes. The next person to speak is Laura Hogan.
My name is Laura Hogan. I am a homeowner on Stables Place. And I have a PowerPoint that I will get up and running real quick.
Somebody who knows how to use a computer.
Not necessarily. It looks like mine.
Looks like mine too. Except for the part about the pineapple.
Planning Commission presentation?
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
down there.
I don't know. I kind of like the Dairy Queen thing.
What was that?
I don't know, but it's a Dairy Queen, so I'm in.
That was some recipes for Dairy Queen.
Very nice.
Yes.
We'll need a copy of those as well.
I can do that for you,
For 10 more
yes.
minutes if somebody wants to go make a brownie.
I respectfully request that the zoning for this new subdivision stays R10. Our reasoning is first the quality of the neighborhood. An R10 neighborhood has a very clean appearance. There's very little parking on street. The increased spacing between houses is more pleasing to the eye. It allows people to park boats, RVs, other items off the street, behind a fence, not in their driveway, improving the visual aspect of a neighborhood. An R8 neighborhood, which you'll see a picture of there, many streets, many cars on the street, the houses appear more cramped. There's very little room between the garage door and the sidewalk for any type of car, especially larger trucks and SUVs, which we all know are very popular in neighborhoods that have children. The second reason is quality of life. We bought this house in an R10 neighborhood, especially exactly where it's located, because it's quiet, there's fewer neighbors, it's very peaceful out there, and there's very low traffic. An R8 neighborhood has more people, creating more noise. Neighbors are in very close proximity. You can hear them having a barbecue or yelling at each other very easily, and there's a lot more traffic. The zoning around this area is R10. There's very little R8 in this area. The R3, that is the current HUD housing, is the only exception to the R8 and the R10, but if you'll look at this, most of it is R10. The county zoning around this property, outside the urban growth boundary, is low-density residential. My expectation would be that that would become R10 when it's zoned into the city urban planning. Therefore, why would we create more R8 in an area that's predominantly R10? That doesn't make any logical sense. I hate to bring this up because it sounds very negative, but there is a perception that Icon has already received preferential treatment. The dots you can see are color-coded for the tree plots for previously built prior to Icon taking over the Sunnybrook Estates subdivision versus the trees planted after Icon took over. The trees planted after Icon took over do not meet the city requirements. I do have the city street tree planting and maintenance requirements printed if you need a copy of them, although I assume that you have them in your own records. As you can see, there's no consistency. The species of trees don't match from what was existing to what was planted. There's very little consistency, and it's honestly not very attractive. Why we personally chose Oregon City over Tualatin, Sherwood, and Wilsonville was the large lot size. We looked for a year and a half for housing that would fit our personal needs. That's why we settled on Oregon City, because it had R10, it had the peace and the quiet that we were looking for as homeowners. It had the quick access to the freeway. If you take away 3 of the 4 reasons why we chose Oregon City, I couldn't say that we would choose Oregon City again. We respectfully ask that you keep the zoning at R10. I love the idea of this development. I'm a runner. I have to currently run on Swan. I like the idea of going through a neighborhood instead, but there's no reason why that neighborhood can't be R10. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice presentation.
Wow, very good.
Commissioner, if folks are going to, we need those presentations to be given to staff, otherwise they are not part of the record.
Yep.
Laura, if you want that to be part of the record, they need to have a copy of that.
Plus the Dairy Queen recipes.
Pork ribs. Pork ribs were looking good.
Yeah.
I'll give it back to you.
If it helps, I'll make you one.
You can bring the goodies next time.
Maybe if you gave the recipes to Icon, they'd do the street improvements.
Very nice. The next person speaking is Woody Behrens.
I'm Woody Behrens. I live on the corner of Ames and Swan for 20 years. I'm going to speak to the dangers and the drainage problem on the corner there. Mark Andrews contacted me, wanted me to ask around the neighborhood to see if we would support street improvements on Ames and Swan with speed bumps in the new development section in exchange for 2 extra lots to R10 zoning. I think this is a good compromise. I did find support, but did not do a signed petition, as some others did. Handers never asked anyone to obtain approvals with signatures as in a petition, so I'm not quite sure what some are talking about. I guess to some Park Place area folks, this is a disturbing ultimatum as it is said in the position. This is not an ultimatum, it's a business offer. I feel this neighborhood is trading safety for principle. The street is only 19 feet wide near my driveway, where the people park to let their kids go to school. It's very dangerous. I have an L-shaped driveway, that when the street is blocked, people will use it for the street sometimes. And they come right past the corner of my house with my grandchildren, and they don't realize that that's not a street. So fixing that drainage is utmost important to me, because I do feel that one of these days somebody's going to be hurt in my driveway. If I understand it correctly, the traffic study that was presented to Mark Andrus, if it stays R10, there will be no improvements to Ames. Because if he doesn't have to go through the Planning Commission, because if it stays R10, he doesn't have to go through all of this, and we will have no street improvements. I hope for 2 extra lots we can get the dangerous street improved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person speaking is Bryant Fraley.
Good evening. My name is Bryant Fraley. I live in Cheribon Court off of Ames, the only cul-de-sac in this neighborhood. We have lived there since 2007. The reason we were drawn to this area, although it has trade-offs, is the low density, the lack of traffic, because there are no sidewalks, there are narrow streets. It's a trade-off. If you can accept narrow streets without sidewalks and you have children, and I have 4 who are out there riding their bicycles, ripsticking, doing whatnot, and I'm sure many of my neighbors would like to not have to zoom around them. We accepted that from the standpoint that the development was planned to be low density, or very low density, to keep the traffic low. Unless there is a plan to improve those roads, this is just going to make my property value go down, as someone in a similar position would not look at it and go, why would I want to live here when my kids have no place to ride their bikes without interfering with traffic? Factually, I've heard several statements that I think are incorrect with regards to Swan. One of the statements from the school board with Ted Thonstadt and Wes Rogers, that if this development opens up, that this will turn it into a walking to the school. That will only impact half of the school population, less than half. It'll only be kindergarten through 5th grade. 6th and above will go on the bus and still continue to be picked up at Swan. The bilingual school will continue to pick up, as my children were, on the corner of Holcomb and Swan. So we were expected to walk down Swan every day to meet that bus. I fought that for 4 years and was unsuccessful in getting that route changed. So similarly, I would request that you do not change the zoning from R10 to R8, because it is a dangerous precedent. Similarly, the school district would not change the bus stops because of the precedent it would cause and create contention between neighborhoods. Again, if you start adjusting the zoning without dealing with the infrastructure and the plan, this will additionally add to contention between the neighborhoods. And the last thing I'd like to point out, part of the plan is that's proposed, that Woody just mentioned, is to put a culvert in, cover it over. I think you need to understand that there's more water issues at stake. The corner lot that I own, when it rains hard, there is an underground stream, and there's a ridiculous amount of water that pops up that is far beyond what would be surface drainage coming up in that location. And as my neighbors would contend, there is a natural stream that runs through there. And I drive down Ames, and when it rains, those ditches are full. So if you fill in the ditches, where is that water going to go? Except possibly creating erosion problems, sinkhole problems, who knows, erosion problems. If you do not develop and put in the proper drainage, you'll just be exacerbating the problem. It's not just a safety issue to widen the streets. It's a drainage problem to just cover over ditches that serve a purpose and move a large amount of water. So there's a lot of issues at stake here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Barbara Rankin.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Rankin, Park Place Neighborhood Co-Chair and CIC representative. I'm talking about the communication that Tony mentioned, where I wrote to him over a concern about him leaving the meeting and then requesting that Mr. Handress leave the meeting and go outside. And so I went back and looked over the tape of the meeting, and he responded that he would bring, he would enter the following into the record, and I hope that you all have received that. I don't know if you have. You have? Yeah. Okay. Well, the concern is that with some of the homeowners, is that the explanation is fine, but nobody can understand why he couldn't have said that from where he was. You know, he has the right to speak in the meeting. So if he had a concern that he needed to share with Mr. Handress and ask for a continuance, you know, it doesn't seem that he couldn't have done that instead of taking him outside. He did say he also spoke with Miss Bragger outside and explained everything to her, but she was only gone 30 seconds if you watch the tape. So I don't know. That's the concern, but the big concern is this creates suspicion when things like this happen. And like somebody previously mentioned, it seems Mr. Handress is getting special treatment. You know, I'm just here representing my neighborhood and the concerns that they bring to me. And having lived in the Park Place neighborhood for 10 years, it's not the first time. So I thank you for listening, and that's all I have.
Good to see you. Thanks.
Thank you. The next person speaking is Christine Kozinski.
I think she went out in the lobby.
There she is.
Lobby because she couldn't get in.
You went out and sat in the comfortable seats, didn't you?
My entrance is better than the last one. I took a swan dive.
Oh.
Sorry, there was no room in here to sit.
No problem.
I should. I'm Christine Kozinski. I live in unincorporated Clackamas County. I don't have a formal presentation tonight. I've kind of had meetings all day long. But I did bring to you something that I'm going to discuss. First of all, I want to talk about the transportation and the unsafe conditions for our kids. I can tell you in the last 8 years, I've probably been here 200 to 300 times. talking about traffic on Holcomb. And I can tell you, in the last Park Place annexation, the parents were simply irate. They couldn't understand why development was being allowed here, and the traffic conditions were not being addressed. I've handed you a copy of Dogami map showing a large landslide area. It's a chain of landslides, and what I've given you there is only half of the landslides, so you can see how large it is. So therefore, I wondered why the city didn't ask for geotech tests here. The susceptibility maps that the city has will most likely show this area to be very susceptible to landslides. And yet, again, the city is ready to approve more homes, but who's going to tell the new homeowners that they cannot obtain insurance for losses due to landslides? This is a real legal issue. There are water problems here. The reason you have water problems is because of the landslides. Anytime you find a huge chain of landslides, you will find thousands of underground springs. My biggest concern here is drainage. You've already built hundreds of homes in this area. Where are they draining? Probably to detention ponds, okay? That doesn't matter. The detention ponds are going to let it out. Where is it going to go? Development has already changed the water pattern and the way water is drained in this area. Again, I cannot understand why the city didn't do geotech studies here prior to approving. This is one of my concerns with continued approval and continued development in Oregon City. There are regulations, but are they being used? And sometimes I wonder. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I have speaking is Leroy Stadmeyer.
My name is Leroy Stadmeyer. I've lived on Ames Street for about 39 years now. And I'd like to address that drainage problem a little bit. Now, I understand they contend that there's going to be no more runoff than what's normally there now. I have to disagree with that. Because you're going to, when you put the streets, the sidewalks, the driveway approaches, and the roofs there, you're covering more than 2.5 acres of ground where that water has no chance to soak into the ground. And at the annual rainfall we have, you stop and think about how many gallons of water is going to be going through that retention pond that normally would have soaked into the ground. So the ground saturation probably only covers 3 months of the year. The rest of the time that water will, the ground will take most of that water, with the exception that what falls on the roofs and the pavement, it can't go anyplace but into the retention pond. So I'm saying that you're draining a lot of water, more than what normally would have been drained in there. And also that farm ditch. That farm ditch has approximately 1/10 of an inch of slope to the foot. Now that tells me that 90% of that farm mud will separate before it gets to the past the detention ponds and goes down onto Forsyth Road. If you look at that ditch, that water is probably pretty clean until it gets to the last half of that ditch, down there from the end of those greenhouses to Forsyth Road. Then it takes a steep drop, and if you look at that ditch, it's about maybe 2.5 feet deep up until that point. By the time it gets to Forsyth, it's about 4.5 feet deep, because it's washing all that mud right down that ditch. So, therefore, I'm saying that you're putting a lot more water in there. And just like Shirley said, that ditch is not going to handle that much more water. And also on the drainage that they're talking about covering that, putting a pipe in on Swan Street. Now that pipe is going to be approximately 8 inches to a foot below the surface. Will that stand up for truck traffic going across it, or will it collapse? And also, when you get down to the corner of Ames and Swan, you have a pipe coming from that project across the street coming in there. You have another one coming through underneath Ames Street. And then you jump in a 12-inch pipe and you turn the corner and connect it into an 8-inch pipe. What's going to happen when you make that connection? In order to make that connection, you're going to have to put a manhole cover there. And when that water builds up and the pressure is going to lift that manhole cover off, and the water is going to run right out on the street. I don't think that 8-inch pipe can handle that much water, in my opinion of it. I appreciate you guys taking time to listen to me.
Thank you. That is the last person I have signed up for public testimony. Are there any others that would like to speak at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will allow the applicant to have 5 minutes of rebuttal time.
Better keep the 5 minutes. They're going to be timing you, you know now.
I'll just point out for the record, this is absurd, where you listen to 12 or 13 people all give testimony, and you expect me to rebut them and maintain the burden of proof in 5 minutes?
You're a professional. You're good.
We have faith that you'll be able
Yes,
to
we have
handle
faith.
that. Yes.
We get a mark, gets set, go, or what do we got? Okay. For the record, Rick Givens again, go. Michael Shaw talked about traffic on Holcomb School Road and seemed to have some concerns about detention. In fact, many people have concerns about detention, and the fact of the matter is that they don't understand the subject. There's a, I don't know if you want to get into it or not. You trust your staff that they have procedures in place to calculate a certain amount of flow is allowed to go through, but when a heavy storm comes, there's a control orifice that allows it to back up. So yes, there's not much water in the pond at the present time because it's not raining hard. When it rains very hard, the control orifice keeps it from going out except at the very low rate, and it backs up. And it's supposed to be low so that there is room in a major storm event to provide for storage. That's the way it's designed to work. Traffic on Holcomb School Road, we've talked about that. I don't think there's anything more to be said on that. Concerned about drainage ditch and the problems getting worse after the Sunnybrook development. Just doesn't track with what we saw out in the photographs. The pond itself afterwards does not have much water in it, and the water coming out of the pond was clear. Standards require that they be sized in accordance with city's standards to maintain the rate of runoff at pre-development levels based on the design storms. And those are engineering calculations that are done commonly. There's nothing unusual about it. It's being done, it'll be done appropriately here. Mr. LaSalle was concerned about lot dimensions discrepancy. Apparently he took the lot dimensions listed on staff summary sheet and multiplied those and didn't come up with exactly the numbers that were shown on the preliminary plat. Well, that's to be expected. Preliminary plat is calculated by AutoCAD. It exactly calculates the area based on curves or radiuses and all those things that a summary sheet, where Pete just kind of took a ruler and measured dimensions and widths, could not possibly be as accurate as what the computer does. The final plat will include calculations that are done by a surveyor, and it'll be done to show the preliminary plat is accurate.
What did you think of his map, though?
I think that's a very nice illustration. Let's see, if you're asking me to comment on, losing the two lots, there's simply a lot of reasons why we don't think that's an appropriate thing to request at this point. We are doing a lot of additional expenses. We're creating a new intersection to this school. We're creating a pedestrian way and off-site pedestrian improvements to get kids over to the developed area of the school site. We're talking about doing intersection improvements off-site as a, additional expense to improve the intersection of Swan and Ames. For that reason, there's a lot of extra costs. We need additional income, building houses, and getting the number of lots proposed as a way to be able to afford all of those improvements. We don't think, as we provided evidence, that the impact of the neighborhood is going to be significant at all. The homes that will be built here will be of equal caliber. They provide, and if you look at the floor plans, many of them provide 3-car garages and additional parking wherever possible. The minimum lot width allowed in the R10 zone is 65 feet. If you look at the widths shown on our plat, most of them are 80 feet wide minimum. There's room for off-street parking beside the house for RVs. This is going to be a nice neighborhood. It's not going to impact anybody's values. Ms. Kaczynski's comments about landslides, I have no idea where the map is that she's talking about. There's no hazards flagged on this property on any of the city mapping, and I certainly haven't seen any signs on the site after walking over it to show any indication there's any danger of landslide. The city did not flag it as being an area that would require such gradual slopes. I don't believe there's any merit to that argument. Mr. Stoudemire again commented about pervious areas and can't soak in. Well, that's true, but there's provision for, again, the storm detention design to meter through a basic level of water that the ditch system can accommodate. It's only the peak flows that cause considerable amount of problems for downstream flows. Those are going to be retained in the retention ponds and metered out at pre-development rates. How'd I do? I got any more time?
You have 4 seconds.
Sounds perfect.
I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Any questions you've got?
Can you explain, you talked about a few of them, could you explain what Woody Behrens was talking about? That something about if it stays R10, then there won't be any improvements, and was that really stated verbally? That I wrote down what he was saying. He said that he was told if it stays R10, there would be no improvements to the street.
He's talking about the frontage improvements
on
that Mr.
Ames and
Handress.
Swan, that he's concerned because it's a dangerous corner. He wants it fixed, but he said that if you guys had told him if it stays R10, there would be no improvements to the street.
Mr. Handress approached Mr. Behrens about improving some of his frontage where is a very narrow section. And he talked about it in context of getting neighborhood support because of the opposition that was expressed at the previous hearings relating to the narrow width of the road there. And so it was in the context of being done as a part of getting the additional density. There would be no requirement for off-street improvements. There would be city code to only require frontage improvements. So beyond that, I don't think I can add anything more.
So it's not bribery, but it's almost an exchange. You do this, and I'll make sure that the rest of the neighborhood.
Well, the conversation was that going to R8 is increasing the density, and there's already an intersection there that's under standard. And so Mr. Handress offered and said, well, if I get the 2 additional lots and I offer to improve the street, isn't that a reasonable exchange? And that's the context of the conversation as I understand it.
So it's kind of on Mr. Behrens to talk the rest of the neighborhood into going to R10.
No,
R8.
I mean R8.
It's a proposal.
R8, excuse me.
It's,
Yeah, okay.
it's not unusual.
I just found it interesting what I heard. So.
Well, and the
Disturbing.
the true statement is.
Disturbing? I don't see how.
The true statement is, if it stayed R10, there would be no need to do anything other than the bare necessities, and that's absolutely business true statement. And
That's
You know?
correct.
So I don't have a problem with it, even if it is a bargain or bribe or whatever. It's a business proposition, and it's up to, we're the decision makers. So you haven't come to us with anything like that, and so there's no undue influence, and it's up to the people to decide whether or not they're going to sign one petition or the other. So
I think that's correct. It's not intended to be a bribe. It's just simply saying you had a concern about the intersection. We're offering to fix it if we get the R8 zoning.
quid pro quo.
Exactly. And the comments that were made about staff having a conversation with my client outside of the planning commission meeting, I would note that that was after the comment was made by, I believe, Commissioner Guile about the possibility of the Barlow Trail being present on the property, and Tony went out and talked to my client, said, yeah, it looks like there's a possibility there, we can't confirm it, but you might need a continuance. And that was, I don't see anything inappropriate at all about that conversation. So that's all I'm going to say, unless you have more questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank.
So, public testimony is closed.
Gavel it?
Yeah.
Closing the public hearing.
So let's have discussion.
We really can't make a decision tonight, right? Because we haven't heard from the school. Aren't they having a meeting tonight to decide whether they can even use that access?
Rick probably got a text already saying it was approved, so.
I didn't hear that he got it.
I don't see that as.
I think either way that has to
holding
be a
up.
condition of approval on the
Yeah.
subdivision.
Yeah, as I understand it, those issues are the applicant's burden.
Mhm.
And if they have a problem getting the approval, they have a backup plan.
I didn't know what the backup plan.
The backup plan was that half street
They
plus
have
10.
to do, yeah, they have to, yeah, that's from the last staff report.
Right, so the backup plan is a half street plus 10.
But didn't I understand it that they were waiting for the school approval to even bring the road out that way?
No.
And they're waiting for
They
that?
had a preliminary approval by the.
That
school
was
district
to
already.
facilitate getting the full road width.
Okay, thank you.
So they're not waiting for that necessarily.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to point out, based on the comments from Gordon Monroe, with respect to the revised layout, he mentioned in points 2, 3, and 4, the first being that the internal block length between Stables Place and Pasture Ways shortened, and the staff report would need to be modified to address that. They're now proposing an off-site improvement of a pedestrian path to the school. It's not required per code, but is of benefit to the school and neighborhood. Staff report should be modified to address that. Similarly, there is a proposal to widen a portion of the pavement on Ames Street, and this is not required per code, but is of benefit to the neighborhood, and the staff report would need to be modified to address that as well. So those are 3 items.
And there was the item condition approval 29 about titling the Barlow
Correct.
Road.
Adding the
It'd be an
requirement.
amendment to the word 29 reads, if it's legal.
Doesn't the easement come up in the title report if it's on the plat?
The easement would be on the title report,
Right.
but it
Any-
might not state
Any property that.
what it's about.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying. Not everyone looks at the plat.
Yeah.
But I mean, it comes up in the title report.
Yeah, but it'd just say Barlow Road easement.
Yeah,
and then
what
they'd
does
have
that-
to
what
figure
does
out
that
what it
mean?
is. It's just like public.
Well, I mean, there's no
utility
picture, I
easement.
guess, no. But,
Nope. So I have
Okay.
a question, and it's still the, well, it's not the still question, but anyway, on your staff report, Pete, on page 16,
Oh.
I'm still trying to understand, why does the pipe from the pond discharge into a drainage ditch?
Oh. Okay. From the Sunnybrook Estates
Yes.
subdivision.
So is that the part that's not in the city? So we've got
Yeah.
stuff coming from the city
The-
that's
I-
discharging someplace else in a drainage ditch.
Yeah, you had, if I can remember back
Right.
8 years,
I can't.
there was drain tile in the field that was subsequently developed into a subdivision. So there was a pre-existing drainage going into the ditch.
Right.
Some of the testimony was that that drainage was now being, increased
Right.
and relocated, but based on the testimony, that did not conflict with Oregon drainage law, and the drainage improvements were being made on the applicant's property, including the armored ditch, so there was no trespass. And there may have been some other items in that appeal that I'm not getting to, but that was the sum of it.
That's the natural drainage way, but
Yeah.
it's been rerouted and put into a ditch essentially throughout the years of farming practices. But that's where the natural flow would go from that part of the city. So you do have it going from city into county over the edge,
Right.
obviously down to the Clackamas at that point.
And we don't have any way of dealing with that. I mean, where I'm struggling with this is that, and I guess Mr. Stoudemire, hopefully I said his name right, he kind of hit the nail on the head in the sense that we've got more pervious surface, which is going into a drainage ditch, and when we do development in the city, we don't allow stuff to go just into a drainage ditch.
Certainly. So maybe we can have.
That would be terrific. I wish you had spoken up sooner.
Commissioner McGriff, that's Todd Martinez from Public Works, speaking engineer that assisted with the review of the project, along with Gordon Monroe, whose memorandum was read by Pete with the new findings. The fact of the matter is that existing pond is at the corner of the first Sunnybrook subdivision is accurately characterized by Bruce Goldson and Rick Gibbons. It is a detention pond that currently meters the flow out
Right.
through that outfall.
Right.
So your question about the new impervious or the existing impervious area, it goes to those ponds where it's retained, detained, and then slowly it enters the existing outfall based on the pre-development rates. So it's not as if the impervious surfaces are rushing to that ditch from the development. It goes to the pond first and is released slowly out to the outfall.
And it goes slower.
Certainly, it can go slower.
I mean, I know the comment was made that it's not going to add any more than's already there, but it seems to me that there's contradictory evidence that there is an exacerbation of an existing problem.
It could be perception, Commissioner. I mean, this happens frequently. I mean, there's a maybe a significant storm event that happens that is coincidental with the development, and the perception is that development made it worse. I see that before, but the fact of the matter is that that pond is releasing at least what was required in 2005 for the pre-developed conditions. So it is mimicking what was there before the subdivision went in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then
So it's releasing, because you have more impervious, you
Right.
obviously have more water being
Right,
collected, but it's
right.
being released out at the same rate as if it was
Not developed.
So you have a longer release time, but at a
lower rate. Okay, so how
I'm
does
curious about that. Is that something that is just a calculated measurement, or has anybody actually done any field measurements of that?
If I understand your question, Commissioner, are you asking if it's a...
You talked about the pre-development versus the post-development flows. Has that been measured, or is it just a calculated rate?
No, Commissioners. It's an estimation of flow based on what would be abstracted through the ground, what is going to along the natural drainage way through overland sheet flow. So they're estimations using empirical knowledge, but they're not measured.
Could we possibly be a little bit off because we're using empirical calculations? I mean, the pictures don't really lie. I mean, the pictures that we saw with a lot of water in it, that's reality. That happened in that period of time, and that was a lot. We do get a lot of rain, and we didn't really have a whole lot of rain on May 17th and 18th. There was a lot of noise, but not a lot of rain. So, I mean, it's... I'm with you. I think, you know, when you get situations like that, you gotta do it not necessarily by the empirical calculation on your calculator, but how do you do it so that those two things match reality, what's happening out there?
Well, you know, we've had the same conversation on previous applications where, you know, there's all the mathematical calculations based on the percolation rates and the flow rates and how much is being detained. But it surprises me at this point that there hasn't been field measurements to verify that those calculated rates are in fact correct.
Stephen Brower, I was taking notes, kind of said it really well tonight too. Hindsight provides examples, and it's theory versus reality. Reality is what they're experiencing out there.
Are those done at a 15-year storm event? Are the detention facilities designed at a 15-year storm event? That's the typical engineering practice for stormwater design.
Current standard, well...
Is that the case here?
They're required to detain at a 25-year storm for a 25-year recurrence, 24-hour period storm, up to a post-development for pre-development conditions of a 2-year, 24-hour storm. So it's a little bit stricter than what you're describing, Commissioner.
Okay. It's a little better.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just to maybe get the ball rolling, there is a lot of criteria which the Planning Commission has to use to make a decision. And it doesn't have anything to do with lowering of property values or the fact that it's the county and it's country and those sorts of things. And I just want the public to understand that. We have standards and criteria we have to use to make our decision. And I am totally empathetic with what you all are saying. Not very many people address the criteria in order to give me something to hang my hat on to make a decision. I think that with the exception of the drainage,
traffic.
I'm satisfied with what Todd said about traffic. I think there's two sides to that story, and one of it has to do with changing people's behavior. And again, if I've said on the record, if I had a magic wand, I would do that. People have to do it themselves. I think that they're going to add some things to mitigate. I think that they've met the criteria. I'm still having a hard time with the drainage issue, which is, you correctly summarized the fact that we had this same issue come up at another development over Central Point area where we had documentation of water coming out, lots of water, and something has to give there. So I see that they have done a good job. I appreciate the fact that they reduced the number of lots. I don't think it's going to set a precedent. I don't think just because something is R8, the next developer comes in and says to us, yeah, well, they got R8, so I want R8. That's not compelling to me. So there's no precedent there. We look at each application on the record, on the merits of it, not what somebody else is doing next door. So, warning to all future development. Don't assume that. So if we can figure out some way to resolve this drainage issue, that's really where I'm hung up now. They fixed the thing that I was concerned about at Holcomb and School Road. Yes.
How will they fix that?
Well,
I drive that every day, and I know there's a hairpin curve down at the bottom of Holcomb where there's been death accidents, and there's that one.
They're not responsible for fixing
No, they're
Holcomb
not, but they're
Road.
bringing more traffic out to that by having a road that comes right into that blind corner.
It's going to be mitigated from the standpoint that there's going to be clear vision there and people are going to be able to see. Again,
How do you do clear vision there? How do you change the road to have that clear vision?
Well, I think the city needs to do something about that brick stair step thing that we saw there, because even from the picture looking up the road, and I've got a taller vehicle, I doubt that I would be able to see over in your little old sports car. I don't know how you would do it. So that needs to get resolved. I mean, that's to me, it looks like that's a problem.
Mine isn't coming out, it's coming around that corner.
Yeah.
But I know I've seen accidents on that corner.
But they're not responsible for that corner.
No, but they're bringing more traffic out onto that corner on an area that's already dangerous.
Well, I think it's a wash.
Okay.
Again, it has to do with people's behavior.
You said behavior, but you can't change people's
Exactly.
behavior
So
in a
we're-
40 mile per hour zone.
You're asking this developer to change people's behavior
I know.
again.
But
That
it's
can't.
safety.
That
Well,
can't happen.
You know, the issues that we're talking about really
Debate.
Well, it boils down to that with an R10 development, they can build 2 less lots, and they don't have to come in here and ask for approval. So what we're talking about, everything boils down to the difference between plus or minus 2 lots. And so when we talk about traffic, you know, those 2 lots are going to generate somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 additional trips per day. So you don't look at the total load of the development, you look at the difference between what they could build based on R10.
Well, actually, it's a wash
versus the
because
R8.
two of the houses already exist. There's already traffic
Right.
from those. So you take the 2 extra lots away, you're at the same level because those houses already are there. They're
Yeah,
already generating traffic.
You know, when you talk about drainage, the additional 2 lots will add some additional pervious area, or impervious area. So, you know, the driveways and the roofs are going to add a percentage. Now, what's 2 lots added to a development that could have been 25? That's the additional impervious area that we're talking about. And if their drainage retention pond has to compensate for that additional drainage, then as Denise was saying, it would be a balance or a wash in comparison to the site drainage. That
Well, I'm
is
talking
there
about
now.
traffic.
Right.
That's a wash. I'm not sure the drainage is because I'm looking at this development and the other development.
Right.
It's a cumulative
But
thing.
I'm talking about the
Yeah.
theoretical.
Theoretical, yeah.
Calculated.
Yeah.
Now,
In reality.
Did I hear something several times ago, meetings ago, that there has to be a compelling reason to change a density?
No.
To
Well, I
R10
think
to
that
R8,
when
a
you
good
do
reason?
look at zone changes, you have to look at adequacy of public services.
Services.
And I think that's the question that you have to ask here.
That is the question.
Are the public services available to serve the additional density that the applicant is requesting or not? Does it remain as an R10 or does it go R8? What I heard tonight was that there was some sort of idea about creating, a pick-up and drop-off pad at the corner of a certain property. So that gave me the idea that there wasn't.
They stopped there anyway.
That was speaking to an inadequacy in my book,
Which they're attempting to mitigate.
which they're attempting to mitigate if they get R8.
With one person.
But
one
then
resident.
that's a conditional zone change. The zone change should be able to be
Stand
approved
on
on
its
its
own
own merit
merits.
without conditions.
Well, we've had lots and lots of zone changes that
I don't agree with having conditional zone changes. I don't think it's a good practice. I think that zone changes should be approved based on their own merit. And actually should have public facilities. They should have the public facilities to serve the requested density. And if it's not, even if it's not there, then it shouldn't be approved.
even if the developer mitigates the deficiencies.
Perhaps. I mean, if the deficiencies are mitigatable, and if there aren't any other residual deficiencies left over.
And that was only to one
And
person.
and that's
not
my
writing.
concern, is that, okay, they're gonna provide this little patch of pick up and drop off area on the corner of this one lot. Is that all that needs to be done, or does there need to be other improvements, like the improvements along the school roadway or other things? I mean, I guess that's my personal philosophy on zone changes. I'm kind of strict that way. But I just don't think that, I mean, otherwise, why bother having the R10 zone? Why don't we just go ahead and make a comprehensive plan change and just change everything to R8? Because that's what we're doing de facto. That's what we're doing by fiat. Every time people come before us with a change to R8, and we've seen a lot of that. So I guess that's the problem I'm having with this.
Okay.
As I said, it was kind of overlooked, but it was not. That was a verbal agreement with one person, but it wasn't in writing. That's what I was
Right.
adding to what
Well,
you said.
I mean, either way,
That
I mean,
solves the problem.
there's something that's leading me to believe that there's inadequacy of public facilities out there.
Zach?
I don't really see a compelling need for it to be R8, and there's a big part of me that doesn't like the horse trading. With, if you go to R8, we get these 2 extra houses and we get these other amenities. But that being said, I want the pedestrian path and the Ames Swan improvements, and those are nice carrots. And I could really go either way. I think there's lots of good things with what they're thinking, but I mean, it boils down to when we're talking about 2 houses. It's just 2 houses. It's not going to be seriously impactful for traffic, and those 2 additional houses aren't going to be seriously impactful for drainage. So, I mean, if we're looking at, it could be an R10 zone, and none of these extra improvements, none of the drainage improvements. I mean, which one is going to be a better net positive for the neighborhood?
The thing that concerns me, if we don't act on this to approve it, is that if we wait 10 years, they'll come in and ask for an R6. The invisible force that's driving the whole thing is the economy. It's the cost of property. Property is a resource, and it's going to cost you money to develop it. But if we wait 10 years on this, R6, if you strike when the iron's hot and work with what you've got 2 extra lots. It's not an ideal application. I mean, I don't see much imagination in terms of residential design, and that's because of the shape of the lot. I mean, if you had 50 acres out there, you might have a nice planned development with some open space and some cluster and things of that nature, and you still got the drainage problem. All it takes, folks, is money. $141 million worth of street improvements that the city doesn't have. I sit on the traffic advisory board, and we've got an inadequate traffic system in this city. We live on a hill, and Christine is right. We're subject to landslides, and we're subject to rain because we live in Oregon. And I think the developers done their due diligence. They can only do so much, folks. You cannot come out and mow your lawn every Saturday. So what I'm thinking is, somewhere along the line, those people, God bless them, that come out and want to live in the open space, should have noticed that there's a vacant piece of property next door. And it's called acreage, and it's subject to development, and it's going to happen. And the invisible force, here again, is the economy. It drives this type of thing. And we're not going to solve all of these problems all the time at the same time. We're just not going to do it. We're just going to have to save our pennies, and the city's going to have to charge us a few more dollars to fix our roads and things of this nature. But if we wait 10 years, R6. It'll be R6. We'll be looking at a zone change. I agree with everything that's been said here at this board. The key to it is bringing it all together. So I'm going to support this zone change, folks, because I think if we don't, we're looking at R6. Those other factors are going to get taken care of eventually. It's not that we don't want to, it's just that we can't afford them right now. That's my position.
I look at the overall development here, and one of the things I think the developers done is they've taken the property that's adjacent to Ames Road and zoned that as R10 in this proposal, and then the area that's toward Holcomb, they've proposed that as an R8. And one of the trade-offs that they're offering as part of that trade-off is to connect between Ames Road and out to Holcomb. And that's a big part of the debate here. What I'm hearing from the developer is that if they don't get approval for the R8, then that roadway connecting out to Holcomb is probably not going to happen. They'll develop the property to the maximum density that they can without that road. I think that that road, especially if the developer incorporates some traffic calming devices or elements that would be a superior plan to just a loop that all the traffic from that development ends up going back out on Ames Road. And if in the process the community gets some added benefit from some off-site improvements, I think that would be beneficial. But I think on balance, the addition of 2 additional lots is not going to have a seriously negative impact on the Ames Street neighborhood, especially in light of the added connector out to Holcomb Boulevard. And I think that one of the things that I don't know if we want to put it as a condition of approval, but I would challenge the developer to consider the larger setbacks in the front yards to have a similar image to the R10 development as much as possible, even within the R8 zone. So if that's possible, at least the street frontage would have the same character as the R10 zone. So I would be prepared to support the development as proposed.
I don't have an issue with adding that. Like I said, my big issue right now is how can we further mitigate the drainage issue that has been brought up to us time and time and time again, and perhaps we can get some help from staff to craft not tonight, but come back with since you got to do revisions anyway, come back with a finding that would address those concerns. I don't know, as I just asked Todd, can you let it out slower? I mean, slower than it's already going slow.
I'm not sure that, I mean, they're designing to the standard that we have adopted, and I'm not sure how, when you start talking drainage basins, are they plowing more land above, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into how much stormwater falls within a basin.
Policy issue.
Well, sure, can you let it out much slower than it's already going slow?
I don't know how we would.
I don't either. People have presented, in my opinion, compelling information that there is a drainage problem. And we're just saying, according to the calculations, it's fine. I'm struggling with this, Tony. That is what I'm struggling with.
I understand.
How can that be right and that be right? So help me.
Well, it would help to get the street trees under wrap. I mean, that was indicated as a possible problem, and street trees are great at retaining water.
I think I think that they're, and I don't know what the condition is.
I don't either.
Of the downstream in terms of what's historically occurred, what's occurring today, and the reason behind it. I know that we have a code that says you're entitled to release water from your property at the same rate you were pre-development. And that's what we have to use with, unless you want to make a finding that you don't believe that the downstream receiving waters are adequate. I don't know how you go and, it's not a condition that is very easily crafted to address an unknown. There's no data for me to say, okay, well, if they return it to the 19 or the 2000 level, which, I just don't have an answer for you there.
I don't either. I can't in good conscience say that it's not a problem based on everything we've heard. So that's the only bugaboo that I'm having.
So
we have a private ditch on private property.
I totally understand.
It's not any public easement. It's not designed to certainly our standard.
Oh, heavens no. It's designed to no standard, but we're
So
draining into it.
Well, but as a property owner, you're entitled to do that. It's where the water goes. So it's just one of these conflicts when you get on the edge here.
Yep.
I mean, ideally, this would be going into a public system that we have control over that takes it to one of our stormwater outlets.
Right.
In this situation, you don't have that because we're up on top of the hill and it's going the other direction.
It's going
north.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
do we have a direction, a consensus, which direction the commission wants to go with this?
So I heard, just so I'm clear, so far what I've gotten is a restrictive covenant for the Barlow Trailview corridor, traffic calming on the connection between Ames and Holcomb School Road as 2 additional conditions, essentially. And I think I go back to, Chair Kidwell was talking a little bit about what we're talking about is the impact associated with 2 additional homes on the zone change request. When you start looking at proportionality relative to the impacts of that, when you start talking about off-site adequacy, 2 things there, it's pretty minimal. And then, I'm unaware of, we didn't receive comments from the school district with concerns for bus loading. So, how do you balance those?
Yeah, unfortunately, we very seldom get any comments from the school district that says anything negative about anything when maybe there should be more thorough, review. I'd love to hear something sometime, but that's the way it is.
Tom, did you say something about no 20-mile-an-hour signage out in front of that school?
It's 40 miles an hour all the way up Holcomb, all the way around the corner. There's a yellow. I asked the officer one time, I stopped and asked him, it's not a school zone. The officer said that's just recommended, but everybody goes 40 miles an hour around that corner.
It's a county road.
Yep. It's a city road now. It was improved. It's a city road, but it's still 40 miles an hour.
Every school I've ever gone by has that 20-mile-an-hour.
Not here.
It's probably because the distance from the school to Holcomb Road exceeds the required distance for that speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way we could look into that, Tony, to see if...
They tried that one.
Let's refer that to the Traffic Advisory Committee. And tell them we want it, and tell them to make it so. That's what we say.
You can at least wait until my back is turned.
So you can take care of that.
All right,
You can take care of that.
You got the right.
Boy.
Keep it at 40.
I think it's difficult. Like Pete was trying to explain a little bit earlier, that probably is the route to take. You have an existing condition there, that may be worth, whether it's a traffic or a speed study that can be done, additional enforcement, additional education. Those are really the tools we have for existing conditions.
Well, here's where I think coordination between the school district and the city would be appropriate, even if it's a conversation. That surprises me that there's no 20 mile.
Well, and, we come back, this has been an issue on probably about every other application that we've looked at for the last couple of years, is that enforcement is always an issue. It doesn't matter if the speed limit's 20 or 30 or 40, people are still going faster than the speed limit, and that exacerbates the problem.
They can nail you though on a 20-mile if you're caught.
If you're caught.
Well, and the fact of the matter is the school zone around Mount Pleasant is like on the property line. So why would there be a school zone a block away from another school? I mean, you just drive down Lynn and it's just at the beginning of Mount Pleasant, school zone.
I think this would be a great conversation, and we
For
can
another
bring
time.
back in a work session. We
Yeah.
can bring John Lewis, who deals with speed
Yeah.
studies
So-
and why we sign certain areas, but back
Are
to
we
this
prepared to
application.
bring forward a motion, please?
Tony, can we do anything about the setback on the R8 on the frontage? That
I'd
say no.
You can do whatever you like.
Let's put it in as a condition. Let's put it in as a condition as suggested by Charles.
R10 setback.
Yeah, on the front yard.
Great idea.
That's what you're talking about, Charles?
Right.
So I think the R8 front setback's 15, garages are 20. I think R10 it's 20 and 20.
20.
Yeah, 20 works.
So no backyards.
Yeah, there's still a lot of backyards.
There's
Yeah,
still a lot
no,
of
these
room.
are actually pretty deep lots for
Yeah.
R8.
Okay.
Well, except those two wonky ones in the corner.
Yeah,
That's
but they're too wonky.
So do we have a motion?
Can I have one sec? Pete, are we comfortable with the recommendations that we hear tonight to incorporate those into the recommendation of the City Commission? I know that there were some additional clarifications that
I
you
think
had?
so. I mean, most of the stuff is just a revision to the staff report.
So you heard the presentation from Pete, that there
Yes.
were certain
Yes.
just amendments needed because they reduced it by 2 lots.
Yes.
Are you comfortable that we can amend that and then just send that to the city commission rather than bringing that back to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. I think we need to read every single line of that because.
Well, you always find good stuff when you do that.
I know.
Yes.
Do we find good stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
Just move it ahead.
Fine stuff.
Okay.
So
I move approval of PC 14049, ZC 1404, TP 1401, zone change R10 to R8 with a 27-lot subdivision between Ames and Holcomb Boulevard as amended.
Second.
Commissioner Guile?
No.
Commissioner McGriff?
Unfortunately, as I said before, I like everything else about it. I like the conditions that we've accepted. I cannot reconcile the drainage, and that's the only reason I'm voting no, and I want you to know that. I can't resolve the drainage issue, and nobody's been able to help me. So I'm sorry.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
No.
Commissioner Mahoney?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3.
The city commission meeting is June 18th, next Wednesday, and they will be hearing your recommendation.
And that will be an opportunity for all of you to speak also.
So we have one more. Can we take 5 minutes?
Yes.
Oh,
Please.
come on. Let's bowl through. We can make it.
Yeah.
The proposed zone change from R8 to single family. Excuse me, I need everybody's attention. We're back in session. We're proceeding with PC 14-050. Proposed zone change from R8 single family to R6 single family, and a 10-lot subdivision for properties located at 19751 and 19735 Myers Road. Planning files ZC 14-02 and TP 14-02. Jennifer, I need to read this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So related to this proposal, public hearing on this land use application is scheduled tonight. A staff report has been prepared for this application and has been made available to the public 7 days before the public hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that applies to this applicant's proposal. Staff has analyzed the criteria which are contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure that the Commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. The hearing procedure steps are shown on the chart on the wall, which we will follow. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card and give it to the planning staff before the hearing. Speakers will proceed in the order in which their card is received. You should fill out your address on the card so the city will notify you of its decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed toward the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is open on each application. Any written materials received by the city staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed in the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the city staff in order to become part of the record. If a person intends for PowerPoint presentations, oversized poster boards, reports, pictures, or other exhibits used in their oral testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to the city staff while the record is open. If they are not given to staff, they will not be included in the record. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission makes a decision with which you disagree, any issue that you may wish to appeal must have been raised for the consideration of the City Commission or LUBA or both. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond, the issue will not be deemed appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, the failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues related to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issues precludes an action for damages in circuit court. We will now open the record for the Oregon City files, which I just read. Does any commissioner have any ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, bias, or any other statement to declare? And has any commissioner visited the site?
I thoroughly visited the site.
I have not been there, and I know nothing.
Damon?
I've driven by it.
I drive by on Myers Road fairly frequently.
No contacts. I have not visited the site.
None here.
I have driven past the site, but I have not stopped at the site.
You have to go back to the church parking lot to really see what's going on with this property and go on the disconnected portion of Gaffney Lane.
Okay.
That is what I did.
Does anyone in the public audience wish to question any of the commissioners on these declarations? Seeing none, we'll continue then with the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Kidwell. I'm Kelly Moosberger, planner, here to give the staff report. So this is a 10-lot subdivision and zone change from R8 to R6. The subdivision is, we can refer to it as Small Slope. That's the proposed name. So the existing property, it's 2 separate parcels. Each has a single-family home and some associated accessory structures. One of the homes is proposed to be demolished and the other would stay on one of the lots in the subdivision, and all the accessory structures would be demolished. The subject site is about 2 acres in size. It was annexed to the city in 2001 through the island annexation that we did to eliminate islands of county land within the city limits. The existing zoning, again, is R8. The site is surrounded on all sides by R8 zoning, and then this image shows surrounding zoning a little farther out. There's a variety of residential zones in the area. And the site was actually assigned R10 zoning upon annexation, as everything is when residential land is annexed into the city. And then in 2004, the city initiated a zone change through the comprehensive plan update there were many of those little island annexations that were subsequently rezoned in 2004 just to provide a more to match the neighboring zoning in some cases and to just provide more continuity in other cases. So this one was changed to R8 for that entire block between Gaffney and Noble Road. And so this zone change was reviewed against the zone change criteria, goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. And those include having a variety of housing densities in the city, using land efficiently. It is staying within the same low-density residential land use designation in the comprehensive plan. The staff has found there are adequate public facilities, services, land uses are consistent. Transportation-wise, the applicant provided a transportation analysis letter which found that the transportation system can handle the additional trips. And this meets the statewide planning goals as carried out by our comprehensive plan. We reviewed the subdivision and zone change against all the approval criteria, and we found it can meet the criteria with conditions that are attached. We've reviewed all these elements for the subdivision. The proposal does meet these with the 27 conditions that are included in the staff report. From a transportation standpoint, the site does include a cul-de-sac. Typically, the city discourages cul-de-sacs for connectivity reasons. In this case, our code does allow cul-de-sacs when a through street is impractical due to physical constraint, and the physical constraint in this case is the existing development patterns, the sizes of the lots that are adjacent to this these two parcels are such that they would be likely developed in the future as partitions and not subdivisions. They're not large enough to have a subdivision, and so those would likely be developed as flag lots if they were developed in the future. All of the parcels, although they're underdeveloped, do have single-family homes on them adjacent to the site, and then there's the neighboring church property that could potentially redevelop in the future, and that's also zoned R8. The new cul-de-sac would meet city standards. Traffic impacts from a zone change were found to be minimal. Our traffic consultant recommended no off-site improvements. The worst case scenario for the zone change, the maximum number of lots, depending on the amount of right-of-way dedicated for an R8 situation would be 9. The maximum number of lots in an R6 situation would be 13, according to the traffic analysis letter, which would increase evening trips by 4 trips in the PM peak hour. The applicant is proposing 10 lots under the R6 zoning and not the worst case scenario of 13. And this produces 8 AM peak hour trips and 10 PM peak hour trips. From a bicycle and pedestrian standpoint, the applicant's proposing a pedestrian access way from the end of the cul-de-sac because that doesn't allow for connectivity. It dead ends. Our code requires pedestrian connections be made. This connection would lead to the adjacent church property, which may or may not choose to open up that access at this point. However, it is the church can be considered a place that people would want access to, more direct access than walking out of the cul-de-sac and around the block. And because of the potential future development of that lot, there could be a connection in that way as well, to connect to pedestrian access ways from whatever kind of street system would be built on that property. Also, our TSP and our Trails Master Plan includes a shared use path all along Myers as part of the Oregon City Loop Trail. And so these two parcels included that alignment along Myers. However, Myers has existing bicycle lanes, and then the existing development patterns along Myers, it's mostly developed, and the maximum right-of-way improvement for pedestrians is a 7-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot planter strip, and that is existing along the frontage of the Living Hope Church property, and along the other way down Myers Road. You have a 7-foot sidewalk as well. And staff has recommended that the applicant simply match that existing 7-foot sidewalk and 5-foot planter strip instead of building the full shared use path in this area. We did consult with our community services department, our Parks and Recreation department about that trail. And this was considered by them to be completely acceptable in this case. Because the bicycle lanes are already existing, there's not a huge need to have an additional bicycle facility on that road. And the likelihood that the entire trail could be built the full length with the full 10 to 12 foot wide path is highly unlikely, just due to the existing development on Myers and the existing right-of-way width. We did, however, include a condition to put a crosswalk along the mouth of that cul-de-sac to kind of continue that shared use path across, if it will be in the future incorporated into the Oregon City Loop Trail, then it will have a slightly upgraded crosswalk from what normally would not require a crosswalk. And so staff recommends approval with conditions. We'd like to enter this into the record, this presentation into the record. And I have a couple items that, conditions of approval that should be modified due to some incorrect information in the staff report, and that is, if you don't mind, condition of approval 15 says the applicant shall dedicate 1 foot of right-of-way along Myers Road. We found that the center line of the street might actually not be in the center of that 60-foot right-of-way, and so the dedication required may actually be more than 1 foot to accommodate what's proposed. And the applicant is actually, in their plans, assumed that there's a 6-foot right-of-way dedication. So with that, we'd like to change the condition just to say that the applicant shall dedicate right-of-way to be 31 feet from the center line, so that the right-of-way width on their half of the street is 31 feet, so that we are flexible within if it's 6 feet or 1 foot. And then if it is not what the applicant proposed in the plans, a 6-foot right-of-way dedication, then we would go ahead and modify the lot sizes, lot average, because those would get a little bit bigger if less right-of-way was dedicated. They would still meet all of our standards. And then condition of approval number 17 refers to the intersection angle of the new cul-de-sac with Myers Road. The last sentence of that condition says it shall be 90 degrees. The applicant actually proposed about an 82-degree angle, and that's acceptable in our code. Our code allows anything above 80. So I think it should be changed to just say shall be greater than 80 degrees, and that would take care of that.
I think the only other one was on condition number 22. It talks about the applicant shall dedicate the city 15-foot wide area that borders the side yards 6 and 7 shown on the site plan as a pedestrian access easement. Our code actually allows either dedication as right-of-way or an easement, so we would add the applicant shall dedicate or provide an easement to the city. So for the pedestrian access, so we'd add the easement option since that is allowed per our municipal code.
The applicant also has an alternative layout proposed that we did not review as part of the staff report. It does not meet all of our code for all of our standards for right-of-way width and front street improvements, but the applicant wished to offer that alternative to the Planning Commission to consider. So I'm not going to address it, but if we come to a point where you would like staff to review that, you can always come back. But I've not written findings based on that proposal. But I think that the applicant's going to tell you about it.
Do we have to consider it if staff has not reviewed it?
The applicant's 15 minutes.
So if they want to spend their 15 minutes on that, they can do that?
Certainly.
Do we have a vicinity map that we could put up that doesn't have subject site written over the top of it? I'm looking at the one in the submittal.
This one on the screen.
Perfect, yes, okay. Because I had the other one up and I couldn't see
Yeah,
what I
I'm
needed.
trying to find this. Thanks.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm curious about condition of approval 2.
Right.
So there's already a home. It'll be on what is numbered lot 8. And there's a list of like 20 things that, and of which 2 of them are numbered 15. That
Turn microphone
is,
on.
ta-da. So for the record, I'm asking about condition approval 2, which talks about the existing home, and it says they have to pick 5 of these 20 some odd things to modify the house or to ensure it stay as part of the house. I'm not quite sure I understand it.
This is in here because of our residential design standards required based on the garage width and how far the garage sticks out in front of the home. For all new homes, there are a certain amount of these design elements that the homes have to have. And so because the existing home is going to be on a lot, the existing home faces Myers right now, but in the new configuration, it would face, it's a lot 8.
Where are you at?
It's Siri.
The home's on lot 8, and the front of it's still going to, it's going to face Myers, but the access to it would come from the cul-de-sac. And now what is the side of the house currently will be facing the new cul-de-sac. So because that is going to be the front-facing facade and the front setback, these design elements are applicable to that because that's becoming the front of the house. And so if the house doesn't currently meet 5 of these, then yes, there would be modifications required.
Okay, so it's just referring to that face. It isn't like you have to put 4-inch trim around all your windows because you want to leave the house where it is. I mean, that's the way it reads to me. And
Front-facing facade.
Yeah, and now the front-facing facade is the side
So
facade.
not the backyard.
right.
So just to follow what Damon was saying, there is kind of an issue with numbering, that the numbering goes very nicely up to number 13, and then it starts over at 11, jumps to 14, and then goes to 15, 16, 17, then 15, 16, 17 again. So
That's Microsoft Word.
if nothing else, I think the numbering needs to be cleaned up a little bit on that.
Thanks, we'll fix that.
I think the 19 conditions are going to turn into about 24.
Of which they only have to pick 5.
Right. So those are 19 subconditions of number 2.
Those are 19 options.
Right, 19 options.
Options under number 2.
Tell them what kind of houses they're putting in there.
We don't know. I have
They're not pretty.
I have a question for you about this proposed driveway on 9 and 10. That's just not good.
Well, so there's an existing driveway on Myers Road that goes to the home,
Right.
and that would be eliminated by this subdivision. That's typically a good thing for our Public Works Department when we eliminate curb cuts on arterials and have them accessed from a local street instead. And so the idea here is to have lots 8, 9, and 10 share a driveway. It's kind of, you can see a 20-foot kind of wide dotted line behind the setback lines on lot 9. So the driveway would come through there and then connect to all 3 lots. So there would be an access easement required between those 3 lots to use that shared driveway.
So basically, we're creating sort of a reverse flag lot. I mean, that's what I look at. It looks like it's flag lots to me.
So the front, the most architecturally significant facade of the homes on lots 9 and 10 will have to face Myers Road. So the front door has to still face the major street, but they can have their driveway access from elsewhere.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not.
I was curious how steep the walls of the
with that.
detention pond are. I know that's a.
I don't like that.
I think it's a great question for Todd Martinez.
Yeah, I'm going to bounce that over to Tom since I saw him in the audience because I don't recall, Tom, how tall are those walls?
He can't come up
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry.
So maybe during his presentation.
Yeah, we'll address
Okay.
that during Tom's presentation.
I'll hold off. I just want to know what it looks like.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Very good.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will take testimony presentation from the applicant.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Hi,
You hear me?
Tom. Good evening.
It's late. My name is Tom Sissel. Address 375 Portland Avenue, Gladstone. It's a late evening. I'm sure we're all tired, so I will try to be brief, but I'll try to answer all the questions fully. In regards to the conditions of approval as they've been proposed and as were recommended to be adjusted here this evening, we are fine with those conditions as recommended and as proposed to be changed. In regards to the question about the access for lots 8, 9, and 10, there's been many subdivision applications in the last 10 years where on arterial roads they've wanted rear entry garages with front doors facing. I can think of a number of subdivisions we've done along South End over the years that we've had to do this. I think that from the city council level, there was an idea of not building walls along arterials with fences and thus to have front facing. And that's what we're trying to do with lots 9 and 10, make them rear entry homes in terms of the garage access. And 8, currently the garage door would face where that proposed access would be. So basically you would have 3 homes, 8, 9, and 10, it would all be sharing a common access to the proposed street, and they would be over a common easement. And I think it serves the area well and the intent of the city to have front-facing facades towards the arterial, but not allowing those garages to come off of Myers, and instead there'd be rear entry garages. And that's what that easement and plan is for this. Regards to the question about the detention pond and the height of the pond, it's been a while since I've looked at that grading plan in detail, Commissioner Espy, but I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of a 4 or 5 foot high retaining wall that was planned along that lot 1 and along the south side of that pond. And the other 2 sides would slope, including the access to the pond that would come in from Myers Road. And as I noted, the conditions as staff has presented them is acceptable to the applicant. If that is the desire of the Planning Commission. As Kelly mentioned, and I did prepare a letter, and it was part of the package to the Planning Commission as part of this application. I know you had a busy schedule of hearings, and you probably didn't get a chance to look at these as thoroughly as you like. But can I pull up that?
That's the last slide.
Okay, so what do I do? Just
We looked at it.
Okay. Yes. This was the plan that, and I'll give you a little bit of history, and then I'll let it go and let you ask me questions if you desire. When we went to the neighborhood meeting, we came in with a plan that the street was a little different. At that time, we didn't know we were going to have to move the street so far to the south for sight distance reasons, but it was similar to this. And the one comment that Amy Wilhite, the neighborhood chair, said to me is, and in that original plan, that we had 7 of the 10 lots proposed to be under 6,000 square feet. And she asked me, can we get more lots over 6,000 square feet? So we went back, reconfigured the development before we made the application, and that was actually this application here. The fault with this application, as we found out later, is that there was no reason per city code that a constrained street that brought in the requirement or allowed us to use a constrained street. This configuration, we have 7 of the 10 lots over 6,000 square feet, which was my goal after that neighborhood association meeting, to meet Ms. Wilhite's desires. So this evolved back when we realized that to meet and then get staff support, we were going to have to go to a full width street section. We adjusted the lots, adjusted the street, widened the street, shortened it some, and now I think we even split 5 and 5 in terms of being greater than 6,000, being less than 6,000. The advantage that I see of this configuration, the one that's on the screen now, is that we only have 2 lots that are at the far end rather than 3 skinnier lots. The lots in general are wider in this one. I think they would allow for better homes and better placement of the homes on the lots. It doesn't really impact 7, 8, 9, and 10 all that much, but 1 through 6, I think, are better in this concept than the other concept, the one that's the official concept. And that's why I want to at least give you, the Planning Commission, an opportunity. I realize staff cannot approve this development because they have to go by the code requirements. As a Planning Commission, you have a little bit more ability to be flexible in terms of what you might approve, and that's why I'm bringing it up here. And as I said, if you don't wish to discuss this, that's fine. We'll stay with what has been the official presentation, but I want to at least give you the opportunity and the explanation behind it. And unless you have further questions, that's my presentation.
This is still an R6.
That's correct.
Wish I could see it side by side with the other one.
Where does it not meet the code?
It does not meet the code in the fact that it's a constrained street is what we're proposing. Although this, if you look at your, I think it's detail 503 for your cul-de-sac details on your city website, it still lists the widths noted in this one, although we are told that because there's, the parcel is not so narrow that you couldn't fit in a standard cul-de-sac in standard street width, that staff could not support it. The discussion, and I noted this in my letter, I mean, the discussion would be where exactly do you put the sidewalk? In this concept, we showed it curb tight, but we were open to ideas of putting it on an easement on the lots or doing some sort of maybe an 8-foot sidewalk with tree wells or something like that. We were open to other considerations. The other thing was, well, when you go to a constrained street, you would lose parking on one side. But in this case, with lots 8, 9, and 10 all having access off a single driveway, there would be fewer driveway cuts on that north side. And so if the parking were, no parking were on the south side, you'd still have a substantial amount of parking space available along the streets. So those were the kind of discussions. But in the end, we realized that without staff support, that this was not likely to go anywhere. And we wanted to, of course, have staff support.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll take testimony from those that have signed up to speak.
Just a couple clarifications on Denise, on Commissioner McGriff on 9 and 10 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not only, you know, is it wanting to, we kind of took a step away, like when you drive down South End or Leland and we've got fences all the way along there and it's like a racetrack. There's nothing that actually slows people down. You feel comfortable going much faster than the speed limit because of the kind of that, kind of like a raceway effect down that corridor. So one objective was to try to get homes facing onto your arterials. But then the other way you protect your capacity on those is try to reduce driveway cuts along your arterials. So it's another way to maintain your level of service and your capacity on your arterials. So that's one way to manage access management and really try to utilize your local streets for those movements in and out of those driveways wherever we can. So that was kind of the basis for that. And then, you know, I do appreciate Mr. Sissel's, you know, trying to create an efficient subdivision. You know, we were proposing a zone change here. What we've seen in these cul-de-sacs is just, you know, by the time you put in your driveway cuts, your utilities, your street lights, you know, we weren't comfortable giving up our planter strip, our standard street width for parking on both sides. By the time you put the curb cuts in here, especially around the cul-de-sac, you really do start to lose on-street parking opportunities. So in total, balancing the total request, you know, it'd be one thing if, you know, we needed a 1-foot easement at R8 to make it, you know, it just didn't seem appropriate based on the request that we had in front of us today.
Okay, very good. So the first person signed up to speak is Doug Zimmerman.
Good evening. My name is Doug Zimmerman. I'm a resident of the neighborhood. I live on the corner of Myers and Gaffney Road. I sat through tonight's meeting and I thought early on I didn't envy your position in many ways. And then subsequently I've kind of reconsidered that, but through no fault of yours. Not being somebody who partakes of this process very often, I've been rather shocked, maybe even appalled at some of the process that I've heard of tonight. You know, in case number 1 tonight, you know, there was the comment that our comprehensive plan had to be followed. But then in case number 2 tonight, we said yes, except for that we do have this 20% flexible number that we can throw out. I'm left feeling like, what is the value of zoning at all? In some ways, our map ought to read Z ? Because it seems as though we have the latitude to do what we want, and that changes over time. Then we had the traffic rep tell us about his findings, but then go on to admit that not all facets were considered. So how does the planning process work? And how do we as residents have any comfort or firmness in our decisions that we make as we buy property and invest valuable dollars, hard-earned dollars, only to find that that investment can be devalued with the stroke of a pen? I'm left wondering how we reconcile that. How do you reconcile that as a planning commission? You know, case number one, there was good testimony about potential devaluations in property, and Chairman McGriff said that unfortunately we're not allowed to consider that. But yet, over here on the wall, we see number 3. It says enhance the livability of the community as one of our goals. So how can we not consider that? Enhance the livability at what cost and to whom? So I'm left just kind of wondering where we go with this. You know, I just bought my home in October in this neighborhood, and already things have changed. And Ms. McGriff said that we had to consider things on the content that you guys can consider. And the only thing I can kind of hang my hat on tonight is the traffic, if that's the case. And we saw some traffic representations done here, but in my mind, it's just part of the story. We're told that bike lanes and sidewalks currently exist, which is true in front of the property, or would be in front of this property and the nearby properties. However, within about 4 blocks of this property heading to what would be the north, there are neither sidewalks nor bike lanes. I live on the corner there, and that traffic flow is at a 35-mile-an-hour rate, which is the same speed limit that we give Beaver Creek Road with 4 lanes and a turn lane down in front of Les Schwab and the other parts of that road. And 35 miles an hour is not enforced. They try. It's the same thing that I heard you say earlier in the other case, that it's not enforced. So I feel that some of the evidence that's been presented tonight isn't really half-truths, but it doesn't tell all the truth. And so I just appreciate your time tonight. I just really feel like it's I don't want to introduce necessarily spiritual feelings here, but I'm reminded of a comment that the Apostle Paul makes in the Bible, and he says, I have the right to do everything, but not everything is beneficial. And it seems to me that just because we have the right to hang our hat on that we can adjust zoning because of a 20% difference, it doesn't mean that it's beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Sharon Hare.
Good evening, Sharon Hare. I live on Royal Avenue, about 2 blocks from the site. The plan that I was working from is this one here, not the official one, but they're close enough. My biggest issue probably is the visual. I think it's going to be an eyesore. With the slope going up, and every one of those houses except the one that exists now will be a 2-story house. I think it's just too much on too small a piece of property. And that's pretty much what I have to say for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have William Roberts.
I'm Will Roberts. I live on the corner of Gerber Woods and Myers Road, directly across from the north end of this development. I've lived there for since 1994. My concern has been discussed through several sections of this evening's procedures, and again, it's, if you look at that map that was put up there, it's R8 within at least a mile of every direction around that house. When we moved out there, it was kind of the end of the road, Myers Road. Most people didn't even know it went through. Very low traffic loads on it. Wednesday night, I'm going to go to another meeting and find out how they're going to turn Myers Road into a major access road to Lynn Avenue down through the rest of the community. And I can tell you the traffic load on Myers Road in the last 5 years, especially during rush hour peaks of time, you can't get out onto Myers Road from the side roads because traffic's backed up for a block and a half down through there. Now, if you look at the counters, yeah, it'll tell you so many hundred cars went through there in so much time. But do the counters tell you how many sat in front and blocked those access roads coming out of there? Just 5 days ago, my next door neighbor was rear-ended trying to make a left turn into Gerber Woods off of Myers Road in the evening, and that's a block south of a stop sign, and the person ran the stop sign and ran into her and rear-ended her car. Granted, we got behaviors to change, and we've got shortages of money out there, and the police officers can only patrol so often. So, I think, right, just because there's regulations say it's okay, doesn't make it change, and I don't want to see kids get hurt. This is going to be a development that's going to attract, I'm guessing, young families with kids. Those kids are going to walk down half a block to the street, then they go to an area where there's no sidewalk. They got to cross Myers Road, which is a major traffic flow, to walk to Gaffney Lane School. Or they're going to cross in front of it and go over and still have to walk down through the neighborhood. Crossing traffic across pedestrians, kids. I was an elementary principal for 25 years. There's a bus stop right on my corner for the middle school and the high school. I can tell you kids don't behave, and they run out in front of cars. It's not right. You can't plan against all that stuff, but it's going to happen, and when somebody gets killed, after the subdivision goes in, we're all going to say, well, we followed the rules, we set up the regulations, it's all built by code, but it didn't have to be. The bottom line is that the reason they want to put 10 lots in there is because the city can get more taxes off 10 new houses being added to it, and the builder can make more money, and the realtors can make more money in the process. The builder and the realtor make money in the short term. The city makes money in the long term, but the rest of the people in the neighborhood have to live with the consequences of those decisions. I'm not excited about having it across there. One of the things that has been discussed a little bit is the elevation of that property. And those houses are going to stack up across the hill. Coming down that driveway onto Myers Road on an icy day, they're going to be stopping and sliding out into a major traffic flow. And there's no way around it unless they're going to tunnel that in and move an awful lot of dirt out there, and I know they're not going to do it. That's, again, a safety hazard. It's not taken into the conditions, the road curves, all this other stuff people talk about that makes a good radius. It doesn't change the weather when it gets icy and somebody slides out and gets T-boned by somebody else coming down the street. And that's a design flaw that was predicated on the idea we're going to put 10 houses back there. We don't have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all that I have that are signed up. Is anybody else like to speak on this?
I would.
Come up and sign a card, and you can come up and speak.
Actually, once you come up and speak, you can
Yeah,
fill out
you
a
can
card
fill
right
it out
afterward.
after you're done.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
come on,
Come on
just
up.
identify yourself.
I live across the street, too.
Your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mildred Foster. And I live across the street, and out my living room window is what I'm going to see. And these are not little houses. These are going to be these row houses. They're ugly. They have no presence there. We have nice lawns and everything, and these houses don't fit. And that's what my complaint is. And why would you give them an R6 when we need an R8 there and make it look nice? This is an ugly thing, and I don't think any of you would like it in your backyard either. So that's all I've got to say. But think twice about those high-rise houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Would the applicant like to come up for a rebuttal?
For the record again, this is Tom Sissel. In terms of how streets get improved in Oregon City, I only know really there's two primary ways that they're getting improved. And one is when development comes in, they do frontage improvements typically if there's not adequate frontage or isn't meeting the current standard. And as each home is built, there's system development charges for street and storm drain improvements, which are paid with the building permits that are put into a fund and to improve streets, generally at the arterials and collectors. Myers Road is, I think, labeled a minor arterial. And I presume if they're looking at extending Myers through, that some of these system development charges that the homes in this subdivision and others that are being constructed will fund towards those improvements. So and I know exactly where I think it was Mr. Zimmerman spoke about that the street is not yet currently improved on either side, and if the city wishes to, and I realize this is not the planning commission, but if the proper city officials decide that they want to improve that section of street, they can dedicate those system development charges to making those improvements. In regards to the street slope of this proposed street section, whether this would be R6 or R8, the infrastructure to develop this cul-de-sac, which would probably be approximately the same length, would be the same in either scenario. The sewer has to be brought in from the Gerber Woods Street down Myers and brought into the subdivision. Storm drainage has to be taken down Myers Road to connect with the storm drain system. Water has to be brought in. The street would be the same. So the infrastructure cost and the street slopes and all of this is going to be the same, whether we're talking an R8 or an R6 improvement, the sidewalk improvement on Myers Road. So, and why this is not necessarily part of the subdivision or zone change request, the homes that would be constructed on the homes, Connie and Jeff Mueller, who are the applicants under JACO and will be developing the subdivision, they will also be the ones building the homes. Connie, who is now over 80 years old, will be the one that will be picking out the house plans for this. And she will pick things. This will not be your big development type where everything looks the same, but it's just reversed or something like that. There will be different home configurations. I would not rule out on some of the larger lots that there may not be single level homes. They're looking for something that's above a starter level home, but probably the first move up. And so they're looking something in the neighborhood. It's, as she told the neighborhood association when we met with them, I think it was back in February, that they're looking. She's looking to build homes in this neighborhood that are 275 to 325,000, and she's going to build homes that she's proud of. I mean, this is what she does, and this is what she wants to do. And that's all I have, unless you have further questions.
Any questions?
I'm not sure if you can answer this for me, but I've got the map up here where it's yellow. It shows the subject site. I see lots of cul-de-sacs in the area, Deer Meadow area. I don't know all the streets here. But I'm wondering if those are R6s or R8s. My concern is everything seems to be R8. You say they're R8s. This is the only R6. Why did you decide to go to R6 instead of R8s to make it more compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods?
Well, the real reason is that to pay the landowners what they wished, you have to, the infrastructure, as I mentioned, was going to be the same whether it be an R6 or an R8. To be able to pay the homeowners what they wished to get out of their land, it was going to require more lots than you could do in an R8 subdivision.
So infrastructure may be the same, but to the surrounding neighborhood and residents, it's not the same because that they see the homes crammed in there as opposed to R8, which they're used to seeing.
And yes, I understand that, but remember that these lots that are surrounding this development all have the potential for further development, except for the church, I guess, technically would as well.
So you mean the ones right directly attached to it, but not all on Noble Road, those or Nevin Court or Cap?
Those are oversized lots on an RE zone. I mean, they could be rezoned to R6 at some time in the future if they were to redevelop.
They're not all, you mean the ones, again, attached to the subject site?
Yes.
Not the ones across the streets?
That's correct.
Did you give any thought? I mean, I know the residential, as you just said, would prefer that. Did you give any thought yourself to what an R8 would look like in that area?
Well, it would look very much similar to what this one looks like, but there would be fewer lots. Yeah. I mean, as I said, you have to basically build a cul-de-sac because you can't extend the street through it.
Right. And I see lots of cul-de-sacs.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, that's the issue. This project, if it were to, at what the, there's, the development cost of the infrastructure is the same, and you're starting with a certain land value that the property owners want to receive from it. And if you're going to make it feasible, you're going to have to get a certain number of lots. If they'd wanted more, it may not even been feasible at R6. So this is how it came about.
So the compelling reason for doing down to R8 to R6 is because the owner wants to make more money off the. Is that what you just said?
The owner would like to make some money.
Yeah.
If the landowners were willing to accept less money, then it wouldn't take as many lots to recover those costs.
Tom, if you were to develop it as R8, have you done a study on how many lots you would get on that property as an R8?
I think with the full street width, as the city would probably require it, I think we're probably only looking at 7 lots.
And have you looked at it with your proposed constrained street?
With constraint, there's a chance you might get to 8. Yeah. But I know at 7 it's not financially feasible. I think at 8 it's not financially feasible. Of course, I'm not the one making that decision. I don't know all the costs here. But this is what I'm understanding.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's not a criteria we can use. And
right.
If they're overpaying they're paying the property owners what they want, that's not an issue we can consider.
Right. I understand.
So
exactly.
It sounds
for
like
the
a
same
self-created
reason.
difficulty to me.
Exactly the same reason that we can't necessarily consider that the property values are affected.
Well, and I understand this. I mean, this is why this plan that's on this board now, we believe it gave you better shaped lots than what the official version is. And this is why I wanted to present it to you. The R6 zoning, I mean, you as planning commission members realize that there's only going to be more and more push to smaller, higher densities, smaller lots by Metro over time. If this property doesn't develop today, I mean, there's going to be, when next time it comes in, there's going to be more of a push, even so, towards something higher. I understand that not everything is meant to happen today, but this site, I understand the fears from those that may live around it of what may happen and what may be built on this site. But the developers believe that they can build a nice product that will fit in with the character of this neighborhood. And I should point out that Jeff Mueller does live in the area. He just lives off Noble Road, not more than just a few blocks from this site. So he's in the neighborhood as well. So you're facing, a decision that if it's not approved today, that someone is going to come back at some later time and probably ask for it again.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I got a question. Tony, is this piece of property is subject to the same adjustment in number of units allowed by that, what is it, 20% adjustment?
So in our subdivision code, so it's applicable to any subdivision in the city, you can adjust a lot size.
So if it went, if it kept at R8,
right?
And how many lots would you get at R8 with that, using that criteria?
Well, you still have to average.
9.
Yeah.
You still have to average the 6.
Tom thought 7 to 8. So
7 to 8.
so even if you reduce one lot,
You end up with the same density.
you still have to increase another one so that when you added, whether it's 7 lots, 8 lots, or 10 lots, that it averages what the minimum zoning requirement is.
Regardless of the 20%, it all has to average at 8,000.
And that's not possible with this the piece of property at R8?
Well-
Is it feasible to develop it rather than change the zone, just adjust the?
No, I mean, this is what I was trying to explain, that the infrastructure costs are fixed. I mean, it's going to be pretty, just because you're going to a lesser density, you're not going to be able to build basically less street or less infrastructure. The infrastructure is the same. And you're going to only be able to recover so much per home constructed. And those, whatever that number needs to be, it's going to take these 10 lots to get there at the current value that the homeowners, the current property owners, wish to get paid for it. And the other thing I guess I should note is, in your comprehensive plan, R6, R8, R10 are all low-density residential. There is no real distinction in the comprehensive plan between the three zonings. So we're not asking for a comprehensive plan change, we're asking for a zone change. And this, there is nothing criteria-wise, it's surrounded by R8, but the criteria for being R6 or R8 is the same.
Do you know if those lot sizes around you are actually R8, or they are some of them?
Well, I think that in the time that those subdivisions were developed that surround this, I don't think the flexible lot sizing was in effect.
It did not.
Yeah. So I suspect they're probably all 8,000 if they're zoned to R8. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Tony, are we looking to make a decision tonight?
You can come to one.
Close the public hearing.
Okay. Public hearing is closed. Discussion.
Well, I'll just jump in it with both feet since I haven't said much at all tonight.
your
I
turn.
just can't see an R6 in this location. R6, 8, and 10 are all the same comprehensive plan designation, but it all also has to do with what's surrounding it. And it's clearly an R8 neighborhood by a large margin. If you were on the 3.5 R6 fringe coming in and pushing, the sixes in, sure, but just in this island in the middle of all the other R8s, I just am not comfortable with it, and economic justification isn't enough. I mean, in 5 or 6 years, somebody may come back with an R8 because the housing market's improved and now it's economically feasible. Just like the other way, it could collapse, and R3.5 is the only way it's economically feasible. So, I don't see, as Commissioner Espy would say, who's not here yet, I don't see a compelling reason to support a zone change at this point.
I kind of go along with Damon. I kind of call it pocket density, and I understand Metro's trying to tell everybody that we need more density, and I know there's certain areas for that that we can put those in there, but just like you said, this is kind of surrounded by R8s, and to me that's just a pocket density right in the middle, just dropping it right in the middle of a bunch of R8s, and I don't feel comfortable with that.
Kelly, could you put that vicinity map back up? That other one that you had up? Because that was really...
This one?
No.
The yellow one? Like
no,
I
not the one with the zoning, but that one. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to add, and next to a wide open space like the church, it really would look awkward.
I second the comments of the other commissioners. I mean, especially by the church. It's fitting for an R8, and echoing, there's just not a big compelling need for an R6.
Right. Bob?
I agree.
Denise?
Well, the issue that I'm having with is that I don't support a cul-de-sac in this location because I think that there is a future connectivity that can occur, and I don't want to see lots on Noble Road all turning into flag lots because I don't think that's really good development either. And so that's one of the issues. As much as I understand that Tom is proposing something that's an alternate, I think that, the public likes consistency, and the developments in that area are all full build out in terms of the streets, the curbs, the sidewalks, the trees, and I think having, if this had a substantial slope or this had some big giant rock outcropping where we would be looking at a constrained street, I could see that, but I don't really see that. I think that the development is constrained by the existing house that wants to stay there, and I think that causes issues with the way it's developed. And I think I have to go along with my fellow commissioners that I can't support an R6 in this location because I don't think it fully meets all the criteria, and the connectivity issue, the surrounding zoning, I just don't want to see any more little tiny cul-de-sacs with no potential for future development.
Paul?
I echo those sentiments, and I repeat the same sentiments that I had with the previous zone change. However, I have to balance this against the difference between this one and the previous one in that this is more of an infill development and public amenities, Myers Road. It's in the center of town. More of the amenities are available to serve the site. So I'm really kind of torn between achieving and maintaining the level of consistency for folks that are buying property in that area to get what they bargained for the R8 versus the need to economize on the infrastructure that the city provides to these properties in terms of providing sewer and water to economize on the number of lots that are being served in those given developments. So it's really tough for me to figure out.
Well, this to me is kind
Where to go on that.
of closer to the edge. I mean,
Yeah.
that other development
Yep,
was
that's true.
also kind of on the
And
edge.
the connectivity, I think that's important too.
Yeah.
I'm really big on that. So
Okay.
I'm really torn with this one.
Yeah, we have enough developments in the county that came into the city that are these funky little cul-de-sacs that don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
you know,
that's-
we've inherited inherited the problems. We inherited Myers Road. It's the same issue with that one as Holcomb.
Yep.
Well, you drive too fast on it for one thing. But anyway, Myers, when I was out cruising around, I was out on a Sunday afternoon, and I was not amazed by the speed of the traffic going down Myers Road. And they zoomed to Gaffney Lane to the stop sign, and then, you know, it was really interesting watching that.
Well, I would echo what most of the other commissioners said. I have a real problem with putting an R6 island in the field of all the R8. And I don't see any really compelling reason for doing that other than the economics, which I don't think is a valid criteria here. I think the developer could choose to develop this site similar to the proposed development as an R8 with a couple less lots and probably find a way to make that economically viable. But I actually agree with Denise. It would be nice if there was a way perhaps in the future to connect through to Noble Road with another loop road or something. But I don't see the compelling reason for rezoning this to R8 in this particular location.
R6.
When I look at this aerial view here and see the established neighborhoods, I think that we're more or less compelled to protect those neighborhoods because they are the most delicate land use system that we have in our comp plan. And I think the residents look to us to at least exercise a little judgment in giving them protection from a spot zone.
I would agree. Is there a motion that we can make?
I would move that we deny the request for zone change and subdivision for the reasons stated, and can we have staff come back with findings?
We'll need to, yes.
We'll need to, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay.
Pete's gone.
Commissioner Mahoney.
Aye. You're, deny.
Mahoney.
Commissioner Henkin.
Aye. Change directions.
Commissioner Espy.
Aye.
Commissioner Gao.
Aye.
That's you.
Commissioner McGriff.
Aye.
Commissioner
Kidwell.
Maybe.
Aye.
And Chair Kidwell.
Aye.
So we'll bring back findings at the next Planning Commission meeting.
Okay. So,
See, the developer doesn't win every time.
not every time.
You have some interesting updates for us. Our favorite development.
That's not just for you.
So, one procedural request. We are working on our sanitary